Hello and welcome everybody, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Andreyevitz, and today I'll continue on my ongoing playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with elite included, as a Conjurer combination between Shaman and Occultist, with main type of damage being Vitality damage 1. So the gist of it is where I am currently right now is I'm at the Homestead when it comes to elite difficulty, when it comes to end game goal of this character. My goal is to obtain the Dark One set. If you want to check out more on the detail, you can use the command build in chat. It will highlight to you how exactly this character is going to look like at level 100. Once he's going to get there, I mean his devotions, his items, his augments, components, all of this stuff. And also, if you have missed the other parts of this character's playthrough, you can check them out later at your own leisure on Twitch video on demand or on our YouTube channel. The link to it you can find in the description. When it comes to what else is interesting and new, you can check out, especially if you're a beginner, I had made an edited video discussing some optional areas in this game, in which order for you it is good to clear them, as well as how effective you can play as a quote-unquote squishy caster. And I think this information would be important, especially for those of you who haven't tried those character archetypes yet and are willing to experiment, as well as to see for yourself what this character archetype requires of you, how well you're supposed to control him, and all of this sort of stuff. I am going to be also, during my streaming session, telling about like some gameplay aspects of this character in a more short version, meaning what skill rotation I'm using in battle for the majority of cases, how am I controlling this character on the battlefield, what is priority in one situation over the others, and all of this stuff as well. Additionally, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in chat. I'll do my best to answer them. When it comes to items, I specifically named this part like looking for the stream part Void Harbinger items, since Void Harbinger combination of words are considered by many to be best in slot items for anyone who is dealing either vitality damage or chaos damage. It's just they are so rare for you to find them and see. Practically for the 4-hour previous stream, I had only managed to find one item that has a Void Harbinger in it, so yeah, like, be on the lookout if you are dealing one of those two types of damage that I had mentioned, like vitality or chaos damage. Currently, right now, I'm looking for the entrance to the hive to slay the queen, like usual stuff. So I should start enumerating a little bit like some of the advantages and disadvantages playing this character over the others. For example, over the... Oh, I'm in luck, I had managed to find the entrance to the cave already, which was not that far to begin with. Okay, so over the Dead Knight, this character has a disadvantage. I start with disadvantages or drawbacks, and then I will go and enumerate the advantages. He has a low physical resistance as well as low damage absorption, which by default means that you have to play extra carefully in close quarter combat situations, otherwise you might just get destroyed, especially by heavy hitting foes. and monsters and bosses, not necessarily just elites and bosses, but heavy-hitting monsters as well, like Flesh Hulks, Ethereal Golems, what else? Those statues in Forgotten Gods who are wielding the two-hander weapons, those kind of things. This is by default forces you to play with a kiting perspective as well as with the utilization of your strengths to compensate your weaknesses, such as one of them, the longer the fight goes, the more damage you are able to deal to your foes. Meaning that initially you can only place 2 totems up, being Wendigo Totem as well as the Corrupted Storm Totem, but the longer the fight goes, the more Corrupted Storm Totems you'll be able to place, as well as they have a higher chance to proc the active constellation effects, such as whether it be like Wendigo Mark, for instance, in my case, or any other active constellation proc that you decide to attach to those skills. I mean, it all depends on your playstyle, but in general, you want to prolong this fight, prolong a fight, if possible, with this character, because he excels at a lengthy engagements rather than a short ones. The second advantage to compensate his weakness from the first one is actually the fact that he is able to heal practically from every possible source that is imaginable when it comes to his skills. For instance, I am currently healing from like Wendigo Totem, Corrupted Storm Totem with Constellation proc. The Curse of Frailty has a Wendigo Mark that helps me heal as well. Add to it the Bloody Pox that has a Revenant constellation. Those skeletons help me not only reduce the defensive parameter of my foes, but also heal me during their active time when they are on the screen. So as long as the short version, as long as you are dealing damage to something, well, preferably a monster, but you get the idea, you are healing from them. Same thing, by the way, goes with the Devouring Swarm ability on my right mouse button. By default, it has a attack damage conversion to life, some of it. And it's this game version of just saying, like, it heals your character when it deals certain amount of damage. I still do not have like full arsenal of my abilities yet. I am still missing Sigil of Consumption, which I will be adding later on to all of those plethora of skills. But even without this skill in mind, this character is more than capable of surviving even in the most dire situation. Actually, one of those situations I had highlighted in my edited video previously. Well, the new one that I have uploaded into our channel. There I had purposely showed you what happens with this character, even if he's getting completely surrounded by heavy-hitting elites monsters. To be more specific, it happened in the Death Room in the Tomb of Heretic, and I was able to not only heal. I initially thought that I'm going to die just because I got petrified as well as debuffed, but because I had preemptively set up beforehand my totems, as well as debuffed my enemies, so I had increased my chances of proccing the healing constellation, I was able to get things done even in the most grim circumstances. So this is a short version when it comes to this character, like drawbacks as well as advantages. Now I will be slowly adding and slowly moving to the explanation of how this character is going to be played to the most efficient way as possible. You are going to be utilizing all of your skills on your panel. Do not think that some of them are only useful against like bosses or elites. No, it's not the case. To be able to deal the most amount of damage as possible as well as heal, you'll be using all of them. But the thing is that My words initially might discourage certain individuals from trying this character out, but you have to remember the fact that it's not from the beginning of the game that you will be having like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skills to use. No, it's actually from the beginning you will only be having, since I was leveling with the Shaman, I was only having like Devouring Swarm, Wendigo Totem, and the Storm Totem. It's that later, over time, when I had switched to the occultist skills, I had started to add the Curse of Frailty, Bloody Pox effect, as well as the Blood of Dreeg. So yeah, it's slowly but surely over time you will be forced to play with the multiple skills, but from the beginning you will only have like traditional approach, meaning that you will be utilizing like 1 or 2, maybe later 3 abilities for you to play around. But and also, oops, I switched to the wrong toolbar. And over time you will be accustomed to how you should utilize, as well as how you should utilize totem setup, as well as your other debuff skills, but more on that later. When it comes to the active constellation which this character is using, I am currently using the Twin Fangs from Bat Constellation, which gives me not only attack damage conversion to life, some vitality damage. It also gives me the Pierce effect, meaning that whenever I'm fighting against the big groups of monsters, I can most definitely be sure that I will be able to puncture through all of them and attack them all at once. Which, by the way, short spoiler, this character is a specialist also in dealing a high amounts of AoE damage, meaning that he has no problem in clearing big groups of monsters. There are some characters that have this problem, but this is definitely not one of them. He might not be the best option, because right now I'm lacking the experience to tell you like any other possible variants that you might utilize for AoE damage. But when it comes to compare him to the Death Knight, he definitely excels and overcomes the Death Knight, physical Death Knight, when it comes to how fast he can clear all of the monsters from the screen with the help of his good AoE abilities. So yeah, Twin Fangs, I had initially attached it to Devouring Swarm, but now I had switched it to the Wendigo Totem, just because you have the opportunity to create more totems all at once over time. Additionally, the more totems you create, the better it is for you to have a higher chance of activating the active constellation. Same, by the way, goes with the other skills. Whether it be like a high uptime or good AoE that is attached to them doesn't matter. But when it comes to like this particular example, yeah, like Corrupted Storm Totem is definitely the thing that I decided to be the best option for activating my Twin Fangs. Let's move on to the Wendigo Mark. It's the next thing that I had the next active constellation that I had decided to attach to Curse of Frailty. Curse of Frailty not only serves as a resistance reduction ability, it also serves as a movement reduction ability, good crowd control, because it has not only the high area of effect, it also has the high uptime. Uptime means how long this ability is active on certain monsters, or just on monsters in general. So once again, this makes this ability a good choice, and Wendigo Mark by itself does flat vitality damage, or direct. Flat, it's the equivalent of saying direct vitality damage, without any conversions or any additional benefits. And Wendigo Mark also has the attack damage conversion to life, meaning that once again, it heals your character. Let's move on to the Bloody Pox and the effect that I had decided to attach to it, called the Race of the Dead from Revenant Constellation. By itself, Bloody Pox makes a good option for all of the vitality damage user because its effect of reducing total number of enemies' health pool is going to be highly beneficial for you, especially if you are fighting against tougher individuals. Like I was mentioning before, Flesh Hulks, those stationary ethereal quote-unquote turrets, as well as ethereal Colossus later on in the Ashes of Melmoth, plus those statues. You can add to this ability another benefit, meaning the modifier called Wasting, which reduces the offensive ability of your foes by a lot, and the overall reduction of offensive ability of monsters is going to mean, like, by default you will be taking less damage from them, no matter what source it is, whether it be just regular auto attack, skill, critical attack, or specific ability like magical and whatnot, but you get the idea behind it. It also compensates this character weakness a bit, since I was explaining at the beginning, like, this character is vulnerable towards the physical attacks, as well as he doesn't have a lot of damage absorption effects or abilities. I mean, he has it in the form of possession, which I am currently leveling right now, that gives, if I'm not mistaken, at the soft cap 20% of damage absorption, but compared to the physical Death Knight that I was playing initially, it's practically nothing. I mean, physical Death Knight had way more damage absorption because how good the character, the soldier passive skill tree is so good for creating more defensive options for you. So this means that this character has to play with what he has. He has to mostly rely on your ability to kite heal, micro control, as well as how well you are going to be moving through the battlefield, debuffing your foes, watching how when the debuff is going to run off to reapply it again. You cannot just go with this character into the fray and hope for the best, at least with this certain caster archetype. Okay, so let's get back on track and discuss more about the Race of the Dead constellation. So, Race of the Dead, why it's so good? Well, those skellies that you're currently seeing right now. It not only makes your monsters lose more defensive parameters. Additionally, they will reduce their movement speed. But when it comes to bigger foes, I find out more than often that those bigger enemies, which you will encounter throughout your playthrough, like bosses, elites, and whatnot, your skeletons will be capable of blocking their movement speed quite often. Thusly, they will also make them, like, move back and forward without even trying to attack your character that much. By the way, as you can see right here, the Swarm Queen, she's just attacking instead of me. Well, now she's switched to my character, but initially she was attacking my skeletons. Same thing happened with the boss in the Ancient Grove territory, called, I believe, Gargabol Heart of the Wild, and as well as with the optional bosses, like bigger bosses beforehand. For instance, Gala Across the Mountain, as well as the if I'm not mistaken, as well as the Theoden Marcel in his second and third form, which is the final boss in the Ashes of Melmoth DLC. So yeah, that's the gist of it. Once again, resistance reduction, blocking of the movement speed of monsters, as well as the movement speed reduction. Now I will move to the And also because of, like, why I had decided to attach it to Bloody Pox. Bloody Pox has a not only high uptime, but it also spreads to a nearby target quite rapidly. It takes 1 solid second for it to be active, but once it's active, it's going to spread rapidly to nearby enemies, infecting them with the disease, as well as giving you a higher chance to activate your Raise of the Dead constellation from Revenant. Now I will move to the Devouring Swarm, and then I'll talk a bit more about the Blood of Drig. When it comes to Devouring Swarm, by default, it adds not only attack damage conversion to life, it also adds the resistance reduction towards your enemies, towards defensive parameters of your enemies. Additionally, once again, oops, switch to the wrong toolbar, it has a high uptime, and it can pass through enemies, meaning that you will quite easily infect all of the enemies, especially when they are in bigger groups, by just one touch of a button. So this is why I had decided to attach to Devouring Swarm a constellation proc called the Will of Rotash from Rotash Whale Warden. It not only adds a flat vitality damage to it, but also reduces even more the defensive abilities towards vitality and ether. Well, I'm mostly interested in vitality damage, so it reduces vitality resistance by 16% for now. The more levels you'll be upgrading in it, or just putting into it by killing your monsters, the greater the resistance reduction effect would be. The final constellation, active constellation node that I am currently missing, and later on I will be putting it into the Sigil of Consumption, is called Hungering Void from the Dying God constellation. I had finished my constellation setup, it's just that for now I do not have the optimal skill for me to attach it to bind it to. The Hungering Void, its proc, as well as the Dying God constellation, gives tremendous bonuses to vitality damage as well as chaos damage. But it has a price. I mean, your HP, your overall HP will be lowered as long as the Hungering Void will be active. So thusly, it forces you to find any source of healing, preferably monster, from you to apply your other healing skills to regenerate your HP back. Or if you do not have any monsters around you, near you, for you to get your health back to optimal standards, you can use the Blood of Drig effect that I am currently have right now, which adds not only a passive healing by itself as well as offensive ability, it also adds a bit of an active healing once you just press on the button. Like if certain portion of your HP will be gone, as you can see right now. Yes, and I'm just pressing, I am regenerating instantly all of my HP that I have lost. So if you are losing your health from the Hungering Void proc and you can't find anything that you can heal from, you can utilize the Blood of Drig effect. Plus the modifier of Blood of Drig, which I will be leveling quite sooner rather than later, is the aspect of the Guardian. This will add not only physical resistance, some percent to it, but it will also add the poison and acid resistance to your character, and it will grant you the opportunity to manipulate your other defensive parameters, your components, as well as your augments, in favor of certain other, like elemental resistance, chaos resistance, so on and so forth. By the way, when it comes to end game resistance components, I had started to craft and apply them already with this character. What do I mean by it? Meaning, as you can see, oops, that's the wrong screen, Ugdanbok leather, as well as Spellscorch plating, is considered to be end game components since they give good bonuses to your resistances all at once, as well as they are overvaluing the early game components that you might have before, such as Silk Swatch is definitely going to pale in comparison towards the Ugdanbok. Oops, excuse me, like the Silk Swatch, the Ent-Heaven himself is going to be pale in comparison when it comes to Ugdanbok leather. So this is when it comes to the active constellation. Now let's also, as well as skills, let's also discuss the exclusive skill of Occultist and analyze it a bit. I am talking, of course, about the Possession skill, a good exclusive for ability for a Chaos damage, or Vitality damage, or Poison and Acid damage users. Why is it good and how I can compare to, like, let's say the All-Around's Rage, All-Around's Threat from a Soldier skill tree? Well, when it comes to damage that this ability is giving to you, it's actually quite similar in numbers, I mean in percentages. But when it comes to unique traits that this skill has, like, let's say over the All-Around Threat, unique traits of the skill is actually a damage absorption effect, as well as chaos resistance, and one thing that I find quite interesting is the skill disruption protection, which is 100%. So as long as your exclusive ability is active, you do not have to worry of your enemies trying to silence, quote-unquote, you and trying to not allow you to cast your spells. No matter what, you will be able to do this. So this is why I think it's a unique combination of traits when it comes to this exclusive skill. Because Soldier exclusive skill, yeah, it has also a unique trait of giving you the movement speed. More movement speed, so for you to move quickly around the map, but when it comes to like additional benefits compared to the Possession, I think that Possession is more interesting, at least for me. To play with, to analyze, and all of this stuff. Okay, let's destroy the last gate, kill those poor guys that have been trapped by ethereals, as well as swiftly enter here and clear the sector before engaging in a fight against ethereal amalgamation. The thing that I will try to do right now, I will try to show to you the exception from the rule when it comes to engaging and creating your totem setup preemptively before you know that enemy will going to be for sure appearing, like Desecrated Shrine or a boss. As you can see, in this example it's an ethereal amalgamation. You can preemptively create your setup. That is required a certain amount of time before appearing. And thusly, you will be able to deal with your foes more efficiently, as long as you know that something is going to appear from a shrine or from a gate, or you had spotted an elite. Because the majority of times before engaging in a fight with groups of enemies or against like certain numbers of them, certain numbers of elite, regular ones, I'm going for the curse beforehand. But exception that you have seen currently right now, like let's say for instance that I will know from this gate is going to appear something, I can create my setup, and when he is going to appear I can debuff him with my curse, my pox, as well as my other skills, and continue to create more of those corrupted storm totems. This is a tip that I as well has mentioned, and I am mentioning it also right now for all of those who want to try the same character archetype. Meaning that you can for sure go for your or manipulate the variables when it comes to different encounters, different approach to it, to get the maximum amount of efficiency from it.
I don't know what.
Okay, completed those 2 quests, more experience. Let's get back to Homestead. Since I am having quite a lot of the vitality damage as well as chaos damage resistance, I do not think that fighting against cultists will be a challenge for me. Okay, level 80, continue to go for the soft cap in the possession before moving on to the Blood of Trick as well as Aspect of the Guardian. Okay, I'm also going to speak with Creed quickly. I mean, Olgrim. And as usual, I'm picking the Order of the Death's Vigil. I do not care about Order of the Caiman's Chosen, nor I had cared about them when I had played the Death Knight combination between the Soldier and Necromancer. Actually, this is a very important thing for you to know right from the get-go. No matter if you just started to play the game or you had leveled some, or you had already earned some levels. When you are playing with the Necromancer as your primary or secondary class, you will not be able to choose Caiman's Chosen no matter what you're going to be doing. You are going to be forced to stick with the Order of the Death's Vigil. It's a restriction due to the in-game lore, which, without spoiling too much, the folks are, well, some of those who have their own prejudices, they are thinking of anything that's connected with necromancy is bad by default, and they will not even, especially the ambassadors of the Order of the Deaths of the Caiman's Chosen faction, they will not even speak to you or allow you to counter-argue with them for you to try and make an allegiance with them. It's not a big spoiler, but it's still an important thing for you to know. If you are willing to play with the Necromancer as your primary or secondary class. I believe same thing will happen if you are going to go with the Inquisitor, but this way you will not going to be able to choose the Order of the Death's Vigil, but do not quote me on that. I still do not sure 100%. When it comes to Necromancer, I am sure, because I had tried it 3 times on 3 different difficulties, and the Caiman's Chosen will not allow you to make an alliance with them, the ambassadors of their faction. And since I was also mentioning quite often the totem setup, I should also speak a bit more about how this character is forced to play more than often around his skills rather than just cast and move on to do something else. This forces you to run around not very large area. You might ask why. Well, because your totems, they do have a limited attack range, meaning that if you are going to outrun or just run far away from your prepared setup, your totems will just stand there and will not attack anything that's ran away from it, that has been running away from it. I mean, to a certain distance. So you definitely need to keep this in mind. You will have to force your enemies run to your totems, either by casting your curses or like your debuffing abilities, or just aggroing them by running around like this. And this makes this character not a perfect choice for all of those who want to quote-unquote do a sort of speed run throughout your territories or just throughout the campaign. Because you will be stopping, you will be creating your totems, which takes time. So for all of those who might think whether or not this particular character is capable of speedrunning throughout your campaign, it's actually not the case. Additionally, like, this character is required from you to have at least decent skills when it comes to map awareness and how well are you controlling your character. As long as you dedicate some time and effort into it, you will be rewarded with how well you will be able to outmatch even most difficult opponents. It's just that, once again, it takes time. You can imagine my unfamiliarity when I had tried to play with this character, like jumping from a Death Knight and trying to apply the same principles, which worked with the Death Knight, but completely not applicable when it comes to this character. So yeah, keep this in mind if you want to try and play with these characters in mind. I mean, it might not necessarily be only Conjurer, it might also be the other combination of characters or classes, but Conjurer is definitely one of them that requires a delicate approach. Let's just say it. Because by itself, by default, this character does not forgive you that many mistakes, at least from the early portions of the game. When you have your healing setup up and going, that's the other thing, but initially, when you just have the limited options when it comes to damaging abilities as well as healing abilities, more often than not, you will be finding yourself like as if you're doing something wrong when it comes to how much damage you're taking, as well as why it is so hard to move from one place to another, and trying to continuously keep track of whether or not my cooldown from totems has been recharged or not. So yeah, all of this stuff. But once again, like, if you are going to get used to it, any other combination of classes, especially the easier ones, will be like a joke to you to control, especially when you take into account like how well you are already prepared when it comes to moving through the battlefield, as well as kiting your opponents, debuffing them, and all of the stuff. Okay, let's enter into the script and start doing their quests. Oops. Clicked on the wrong option. By the way, when it comes to restoration of the devotion altars, I am going to be only restoring those that have a like desecrated shrine words attached to them. Why? Because as you can see, I have already full constellation setup up and going, 55 from 55, and if you are trying to restore the devotion altars right now, I do not think that it's worth it, because you will be wasting more precious resources for you. That's especially going to be noticeable at the ultimate difficulty when you try to craft the end game relics, as well as those end game components which I was talking about previously, like Hooked and Block Leather, as well as the Spell Scorched Plating, prismatic diamond, so on and so forth. I had made the same mistake when I was leveling with the Death Knight. I had restored every possible like altar that I have encountered throughout my journey on all of the 3 difficulties, and there was a point where I had found myself lacking so much resources that I would otherwise just be saving, and I was forced to do a farm runs instead of progressing through the campaign just because I needed those better endgame defensive components as well as relics to progress. I mean, the choice is yours at the end. It just depends whether or not you are willing to dedicate more time and effort for farming certain zones over and over again, over the fact that you would otherwise just progress through the story. Okay. By the way, my recommendation for you is to clear this area, or at least the Blood Grove and the other area that's close to it fully, because you would get like Chthonic Seals of Binding from those cultists. You'll have a chance. It's not a guaranteed chance, but still a good chance from you to collect those Chthonic Seals of Binding. And once again, those are the materials that are quite important for you to have if you are willing to craft the better relics, better defensive items, so on and so forth. Yes, as you can see, those cultists do not stand any chance against my character at this stage, just because I am having quite a lot of vitality and chaos resistance. Those are actually the defensive parameters that you by default is recommended from you to have at this stage of the game, especially once you get to the the next egg boss that deals a lot of those types of damage. Okay, let's continue collecting those insignias from the fellow Black Legionnaires. I believe there's also a boss in this area, which I am going to find eventually. Yeah, there it is. It's this fellow. Yes, in a prolonged fight, not only him, but the majority of your opponents will not stand any chance against you. I am eager to look for how well this character in the future, how well this character is going to fight against certain nemesis bosses. For instance, like Chupacabra Endless Menace, as well as the Musilog the Chillwind, Valdron Stormscourge, and the what was his name again? The Alexander Archmage. So those are 4 bosses which I had fought with the Death Knight on Elite and on Ultimate difficulty. And when it comes to I do know a bit when it comes to the tactics and how are you supposed to defeat them, because I had fought them multiple times. But I do know that the experience of fighting them is strongly dependent on what character is you playing at the current state of the game. Because for some characters, some nemesis bosses can be harder, some easier. For me, the easiest one was definitely the Alexander Archmage. He only had 1 damaging ability, which is incredibly telegraphed. I mean, you can get hit by it only if you are not paying attention to what is falling from the sky. Hint, hint, meteor ability. And the all other abilities of his arsenal, quote-unquote, is lackluster in my opinion. And especially considering the fact that for some reason he is always going into melee range as a mage. Like, imagine if he had like an ability that allowed him to teleport away from you and crowd control your character, rather than continuously go into point blank range to you and trying to fight you there. Because if you are playing like, I think that if you will be playing, for instance, a Blade Master, combination between the Nightblade and the Soldier, or someone like a Warlord with a physical cadence, you'll just annihilate this boss on the spot. Especially, like, consider the fact that you have to dodge practically one ability and you'll be fine. The other Nemesis bosses, well, that's the completely different story. But when it comes to, like, this Archmage, yeah, he was definitely the easiest encounter. For me, at least. Okay, so I had spotted the Ictonic Rift. I will go there just for completing the quest. Oh, and two more things that I will mention while just going back and forth and selling some items, because my inventory is almost full, is the fact that, first of all, I'm using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto pick up the blueprints, lore notes, rare items, components. Additionally, it allows me to highlight my HP bar, characters' HP bar, monsters. And it also highlights the debuff icons on me or on my enemies when I am applying my Curses of Frailty, the Bloody Pox effect, and Devouring Swarm. And the sole purpose of me utilizing this mod is that I do need to keep track of all of the incoming DPS, especially how much my character is receiving, how much damage my character is receiving from one source or the other. For instance, as you can see, judging by the graph, I am weak to mostly to the physical damage. Yes, this is a general weakness of this character, as well as the ether damage at this stage. So those parameters will allow you to manipulate around your strong points and weak points, turn them around or avoid them entirely. So I highly recommend for you to play with this mod on, not necessarily because you cannot play without this mod, it's just more of a quality of life changes and it does not take for you an elaborate setup to install this mod and play the game with it. Okay, so I do come here for selling items. Yes, I'm looking for the Void Harbinger wards on those items. All of the other ones I'm practically selling right from the get-go, without even looking at them that much. Raid Walkers? No, not good. Okay, let's check. Any White Harbingers to speed things up a bit. Speller, Spell Weaving, Barricades, Stabilizer. Nah. Junk. Binding, Spell Weaving, Thorns. Decay. Also junk. Next. Of the Void might be useful for those who are trying to play with the only Chaos type of damage. It's just that Void Harbinger also gives bonus to chaos damage, and on top of it, it gives you a lot of resistances. As you can see, my helmet gives Ether, Chaos, Elemental, and reduces the freeze duration all at once, basically. Also junk. Yeah, the sad thing is that I'm going to be teleporting also to the... Why am I used to sell items in the Devil's Crossing, you might ask, or over the other towns or hub areas in this game? Because of the fact that I... Also, it's a habit, at least for me, to put those crafting components and materials right to the stash in this place instead of going like from town to town to do this stuff, because in here you will not find a stash to put those things in. In Homestead there is a stash, and I believe in Fort Icon. It's only a matter of preference more than anything else. Yeah, selling all of this stuff. And the final one. Not good at all. I might check also what they have to offer when it comes to... Yes, the second stuff that I forgot to mention. When I had started the playthrough, yes, the gear as well as all the equipment that I had found was acquired by self-found method. Nothing was pre-prepared for this playthrough. But when it comes to the faction gains, I had bought and I had used the faction writs that gives 150% chance of reputation, bonus reputation for all of the friendly faction, with everyone except for the Barrowholm. Because with Barrowholm I haven't managed to reach their revered status yet. Thusly, I had lacked the opportunity to buy from them their writ. But when it comes to every other one, as you can see by those pluses, bonus reputation 150% and the revered status, I had finished. Exception would be Malmut's resistance, but they are 200 points away from revered status. I had practically finished leveling my reputation with them to the revered status. So yeah, let's check vitality damage. Rings and amulets. Cold vitality, defensive ability, vitality chaos. Oh, my equipment is definitely better since I had bought it from the Wooden Box faction. Yeah, and the mace, mine is also better, at least a bit, when it comes to percentage of the vitality damage. Actually, nah, I take that back. You know, guys, like, excluding the +1 skills to all Necromancer and Inquisitor, which I am not benefited from them whatsoever, the thing that I see, like physical damage converts to vitality, that's good. Flat vitality damage also good, as well as decay. Damage to ethereals, to ether corruptions, that's great, as well as offensive and defensive ability all at once, and reduces stun duration. I think I might buy this stuff over my mace. The Decree of Malmut is legendary, which I have collected when I had killed the Conclave. In the Melmut's Resistance in Crown Hill, that's the optional quest from a Melmut's Resistance, so I got lucky because this maze dropped. So yeah, but rings and amulets. Actually, I believe I am lacking this augment, which I can apply. Two of them actually, or one. Necrotic Flesh. Necrotic Flesh and amulets. Is this an amulet? It's a metal, it's not an amulet. Okay, so only one. Let's buy this stuff. And since I am getting to Devil's Crossing anyway, I will be applying the... I will not sell... Actually, I will not sell. I'll save this legendary. The thing is that the lack of chaos resistance that I am going to experience is going to be compensated with the help of my possession, which by default gives chaos resistance, so no, not that big of a deal from this perspective. Okay, and let's apply the necrotic flash straight to this ring. Yep.
That skill's not ready.
I'm also going to go to the Homestead just to complete several quests there. Once again, mostly for the experience purposes, not for the faction at this point.
I am told I could when the Legion was forced to abandon.
To be honest, initially I was thinking of using this difficulty only for like until the point where I will be getting a stone from that allows me to unlock the ultimate difficulty, but the thing is that okay, I had collected everything. Yeah, I mean not collected, but I had completed everything here for now. But I had confused the stones which I needed. Initially I thought that I had the stone that unlocks ultimate difficulty, and that was a mistake from my part, because that stone, I will show it to you what I mean, it's only going to unlock for you the elite difficulty, not ultimate.
Tinkering is my specialty.
Okay, I do not have a hallowed fang with me, and I forgot to sell this thing as well.
Bring me back something interesting.
Yeah, let's sell this thing. And bring the hallowed fang with me.
Skill's not ready.
Yeah, so as you can see, the White Harbinger, that's 1, that's 2, and I believe I only have 2 of them. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. Well, 3, because I decided to not sell those gloves, because of how rare this combination of words you might encounter. Wait, how does it read? Hallowed, not hallowed thing. Sorry. I do not have it right here. Fine, then I'll only put all those components, as well as this scrap. Okay, and this insignia. Yeah, those extra. You can, well, actually, I believe you can sell them. I do not know for what reason. I am still stashing them into the stash, like putting them into the stash. Okay, the fang. I forgot to craft the fang. Let's switch to this menu. Yep, and there it is. Let's apply it straight to the item. And continue back on track and clearing the rest of the quests in the campaign. To be honest, I do not feel that I'm going to complete Elite and Ultimate difficulty. Excuse me, to complete the DLCs on Elite difficulty. I would rather just unlock the Ultimate by defeating the final boss in this area and go straight for it. Okay, the Bloodgrove territory. Let's go and kill some demons. What do we have marked? Minus defensive ability. Oh, that's kinda bad, to be honest. Okay, one thing that you should definitely know about demons, some of them have a high vitality damage resistance, meaning that you have to, like you almost are obliged to utilize your defensive reduction abilities before handling. Yeah, like those void parasites, for instance, they have a lot of vitality damage resistance, and you can test this by yourself if you're planning to play with this character or any other vitality damage users. Just try to hit them with your damaging abilities without applying the resistance reduction. And see what happens, see how much damage you will be doing.
Can't do that.
I can tell you from my experience, you are not going to be dealing a lot of damage. That's a fact, a guaranteed fact.
That skill's not ready.
Additionally, one thing that I will mention about vitality damage is that it has a unique trait. Basically, the more health a monster has, the greater of a damage you're going to be dealing to it. It might not be noticeable right from the get-go, especially when you just start to level, but the tougher your enemies will become, the greater, the more damage you'll be dealing to them, especially on higher difficulties. Whether it be like those defilers, later the guys with those sacks, with the axes, as well as like Ethereal Colossus in Ashes of Melmoth, well, all of this stuff.
Can't do
Okay, and also since killing the regular monsters as well, well, the thing is that I should mention is that the higher your difficulty is, the more friendly reputation gains you'll be getting by killing regular monsters or completing quests, or the more infamy you will be getting with the enemy's faction by killing regular monsters or elites. So when it comes to, well, some of my viewers had asked whether it is worth it to farm the faction gains on normal difficulty. I do not think it's worth it, because you can quite easily do the same thing on higher difficulties, and you will be getting, well, first of all, the process will be faster on elite, and second thing that you will be getting more points by default when you're going to play on higher difficulties. So the gist of it, on normal, it's not recommended for you to farm the missing faction points, whether it be negative faction points or infamy, or the friendly faction. I do need to search for a way out from this place, since I have collected the necessary quest item in here anyway. By the way, when it comes to those slower moving targets, applying the crowd control effect from them, it's especially noticeable. That's excluding the your skeletons from Revenant Constellation, which will add additional reduction to their movement speed. I mean, you just witnessed with your own eyes how, with the one touch of a Curse of Frailty, how slow those defilers as well as Shaleborn enemies are moving. Yes, they are capable of hitting you from a distance, but it's just, I find it more than often, even when I was playing a physical Death Knight, that they are dealing more damage in a melee range rather than from afar. Okay, I had found a treasure trove, that's good. Any blueprints? Nope, no blueprints. Yes, despite playing and having some of those blueprints collected from previous playthrough with the Death Knight, I am still nowhere near close to completing, like collecting all of them. I still haven't checked, by the way, if there's an achievement for you to have in this game for collecting all of those blueprints. Not crafting all of the possible items, but collecting all of the blueprints. Okay, let's check the upwards areas. Okay, I'm hearing a portal. Yes, there it is. So let's memorize this area, or this spot. Whenever I will finish clearing the remaining areas, I will most certainly utilize this Tonic Rift to, well, as a extraction point from here. Since you cannot use your own personal rift, you have to find a spot with a Tonic Rift for you to teleport away from here. Okay, a lot of Defilers and Ravagers, but they are nothing, because we deal a lot of percent base damage, especially to those who have a higher numbers of HP. Higher HP number, anyway. Oh, and also, yeah, it's like this. Those elites are good for you to, especially for me, if you are missing the one of the faction, if you haven't managed to level up one of the faction until revere status. Alright, so the area has been fully cleared. Let's get back to the open areas and see where it has teleported us. Alright, here. Let's turn the camera and continue to go to the west. When it comes to, like, let's up the camera a bit, since I do need to at least see the range monsters. When it comes to how it feels like the power improvement of this character over the Death Knight, for instance, this character feels, well, the unique trait that I had experienced when leveling this archetype is the fact that slowly but surely this character gains his power. It doesn't happen in an instant, or he doesn't have like a power spike. What do I mean by it? When I had leveled a Death Knight, a physical Death Knight, it always felt like I was experiencing a lot of power spikes, meaning that I had only witnessed strength improvements whenever I collected something. I had witnessed drastic strength improvements when I collected a better equipment, weapon, or had upgraded my offensive skill. But then the progress not necessarily the progress not necessarily went down, but it has stopped to a flat line. But with this character, it always feels like he's going slowly but surely upwards, and at least for now, he's not. It feels like he's not stopping, or there is no stale point at this stage. Okay, I am going to complete yet another optional quest in this area. To give you a perspective like why the Ictonic Seals of Binding are important for you, one of the lesser relics that you require to have like to craft for a mythical relic for level 70 or 90, 75 or 90, requires from you to have 15 tonic seals of binding, and that's only one. Usually those mythical relics require for you to craft 3 or 4 lesser ones, so you can count how many of those seals you need to have. I do not have vast quantities of those materials, so this is why I am strongly emphasizing this aspect. This will make things for you a bit easier in the long run. Alright, let's continue. Clearing this blood growth areas. I mean area, not areas. The thing that I'm curious about is whether or not I should. Well, I most definitely am going to go after the soft capping of the exclusive skill from Occultist. I'm going to level the Blood of Dreek as well as Aspect of the Guardian over the Sigil of Consumption, because having like more active and passive regen, more offensive ability, as well as more physical resistance, I think that it's more valuable, at least for me. This not necessarily means that you need to follow every step that I'm doing or trying to mimic it. You are willing to experiment with whatever approach you might like. It's just that because I am playing on a hardcore, I am prioritizing the defense over offense, even with those characters. Especially since I do have to compensate my weak points somehow. And leveling the Blood of Dreek and Aspect of the Guardian is the thing that most certainly is going to grant me those benefits that I'm seeking. Like, Hungering Weight is good and all, but I do not think that at this stage of the game, I need to have more damage. And in general, like, if this game does not penalizes you for having more offense over your defense, there is no such thing as having too much, too much defense. No timer, no enrage mechanic, and all of this stuff. So you cannot go wrong by, if you are feeling that your character is weak in terms of defense, you cannot go wrong by upgrading it to a new level, stacking those defensive layers as high as possible. And this is especially noticeable on the ultimate difficulty. Believe it or not, on ultimate difficulty, even lesser monsters, which you might have considered to be a no threat to your character, they will surprise you with how much damage they are capable of doing to you. I'm speaking from a one who had played with the full set of Krieg, fully armored physical Death Knight with fully maxed out resistances, and some of them overmaxed, and there was, more often than not, my HP went down drastically in some instances, which was quite surprising to my standards. I mean, I initially thought that playing with the heavy armor character is going to be an easier experience, especially at the end game, but the developers were not joking when they are warning you about how tough the final difficulty is going to be for you. It is not necessarily a test of your build, more than a test how well are you controlling your character, because the things that you were able to do on normal and elite, they will be quite punishing for you on ultimate difficulty. Okay, I do have to go there and kill the ethereal boss, I believe. Yeah, it's just going straight down without paying that much attention to what's happening to the right.
That skill's not
I would strongly advise you, well, as soon as you get to the end of this area, do not accidentally pull two bosses at the same time. Try to carefully pull like one boss. I will show to you what I mean, like the mage chick, before you pull the Flesh Hulk. Because there was a point, I believe, on when I had leveled this character on normal difficulty, when I accidentally pulled two at the same time. I mean, if you feel confident enough that you can handle two at the same time, go for it. It's just that it's more... It's recommended for you to go for one and then the other, to avoid getting a lot of damage as a retaliation to your character. I completely missed my setup there, messed my setup. Yeah, let's open up all of those chests. Oh, and by the way, one more thing for you to note is that on Elite and I believe on Ultimate difficulty, this place will contain a devotion altar for you to restore and get a devotion point. That's for those of you who hadn't bought the DLCs and they have only the vanilla campaign. So you might not have full constellation set up for now. Yeah, this the mage chick which I was talking about, and to the left you will find another boss, which is a Flesh Hulk. By the way, the mage chick could be considered by you to be tougher than Flesh Hulk, but just because she has the damage immunity skill, which you cannot remove. But Flesh Hulk is, by default, not that tough to deal with. You just have to avoid his heavy hitting abilities and stack up your totem to destroy him. Yes, Desecrated Shrine I will cleanse as soon as I will remove those unwanted guests from here. By the way, there was a weird glitch that happened to me when I had played as a Death Knight. So basically one of the elites, I hit him and he like went straight through the textures and he went down there and he wasn't able to attack me. He wasn't teleporting back, so I had lost the option to kill him and get a loot from him.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, let's debuff them. And let's get back to the... well, I need to open up the waypoint in the next area. After I'll do this, I'll go back to Order of the Death Vigil and complete a quest. To be honest, I'm mostly interested in pumping this thing up rather than the Blood of Drake. I mean, I could reconsider my approach depending on how my resistances are going to look like on the ultimate difficulty.
Can't do that.
Okay, so going to the top right area is not going to benefit me, not necessarily because I do not want to kill those Kaiman's Chosen, it's just that the upwards area to the right, well, to the right corner of the map, is mostly catered towards those who had accepted or had make an alliance with the Kaiman's Chosen, and they, as one of their quests, they will give to you an opportunity to go there and kill the representative, well, the champion representative of the Order of the Death Vigil. When it comes to those who had decided to go with Death Vigil, there is no point for you just to go that high up anyway, unless you are willing to farm the Infamy with the Kaiman's Chosen. The Kaiman's Chosen faction, as well as Order of the Death Vigil and and Krolny's gang, are those three factions with which it is so hard to farm the Infamy and to make the Nemesis bosses appear faster. So if you are interested in how you can make this process quicker, this area is definitely one of the zones that you are looking for. Alright, let's open. Well, let's clear those demons first. And then open a waypoint. Could go back a bit, just check whether or not I killed all the cultists. Once again, more opportunity for me to collect the Seals of Binding. Nah, just demons. What about here? Manticores. And the last area. It's only one Kaiman's Chosen and he's shooting me. He's trying to shoot me through the trees. And that wasn't working for him. Okay, I had managed to locate an elite. Yep, so this area has been fully cleared. Let's move on to the next one. Once again, I advise you to do the same on all difficulties, not necessarily because of the fact that you will be missing out on the certain quests and whatnot, mostly for Seals of Binding than anything else. As well as extra experience if you complete all the optional side quests. Okay, now I'm going to go to the lumber mill.
That skill's not ready.
As soon as I will complete a quest with them and pick up a new one. Okay, and the next quests in their quest line will be completed. Well, there will be some time before you can complete their quest because you need to be progressing through the main storyline first. That's even not spoiling for you that much. I can explain what do I mean by it. Well, first, if you are playing through the game and you read closely to what quests have to say, it says to you that you need to be going to the fourth icon, and you look at the map. Fourth icon, where it is? I am currently right now at the Blood Grove. Darkwell Gate, that's not it. Village, that's not it. Astrakhan Road, not it. Tomb of Archon. Oh, so it's closer to fourth icon, so I need to be here to complete their quest. Okay, so I need to progress through the main story. Because some might think that, why are you spoiling that much? I haven't played through the game yet, I want to see it for myself. It's not a major spoiler, I'm just like highlighting how things are looking on the map. I'm not describing you step by step what you need to be doing to complete a quest. Unless you are watching this playthrough and spotting all the necessary things by yourself. Okay, let's continue. I know leads from materials. And also, it seems like I was right when I was discussing like what Nemesis boss is actually going to appear first in your playthrough. And I believe no matter what you are doing, if you are playing through the game, the first Nemesis boss that is going to appear is going to be named Chupacabra Endless Menace, and it's a boss from Beast faction. Because in this game you're killing... the majority of your enemies that you're killing are from a Beast faction. Okay, I'm checking this guy, whether or not he's has anything useful. Wait, Harbinger. By the way, those two-handed maces are useful for certain relics in case you might need to collect several of those. You can either buy those maces from this guy, from this vendor, or the other option for you would be is to try and farm them from Trolls bosses. One of them can be found in... not in the Deadman, in the Smuggler's Pass Rift, and the other one can be found in the East Marsh territory. Unless you, like, if you do not want to farm, you can just go to this fellow, to this vendor, and buy from them those two-handed maces. Depending on how much do you need for your crafting purposes. Okay, let's go further. I do need to visit the optional area to get... oh, I believe it's going to be located later down the map. Just to get a guaranteed legendary there. Okay, now to the left. And behind this waterfall, there's a shrine of the Forgotten God. By the way, when you are leveling with this character through the first difficulty, I strongly suggest you to pay an extra caution to those manticores, especially in the area called, in the zones called Pine Barrens, because all of those manticores have multi-hitting attack that is bind to them. And if you are not careful, especially if they were capable of surrounding your character, they will most certainly capable of killing your character right from the get-go. Okay, let's open the sarcophagus, collect all of those rare items, and continue our journey. I do not necessarily think that I'm going to complete the Bastion of Chaos as well as Fort Valkyrie on Elite, but we shall see, well, how things will unravel. Like I was saying, just because I do have already Outcast Faction as well as Black Legion upgraded to their revered status. So doing the same thing yet again, I mean, I'll see. Okay, let's clear the lumber mill. Let's close the map first. Those are 5, and right here, rest of those demons. Okay, so this quest has been completed. I will, first of all, run straight to the next area, which is called Dark Whale Gate. As soon as I will get there and open up a waypoint, I will go back to the Homestead. That's usually my approach when I am playing through this game. You can check the rest of this area just to find and kill more of those cultists along the way, but the more of them you will find in the Dark Whale Gate and Dark Whale Village. Okay, curse them all. I mean, debuff them. It says Curse of Reality, so this is why I am continuously saying curse them all with your abilities, not necessarily with the words. Yeah, those are just manticores. And I believe there will be even materials there.
Not ready.
By the way, one interesting fact that I was able to learn from the possible sequel of this game is that developers are trying to... Well, they had teased a bit what will happen, what they are trying to recreate in the next installment. They will be showing us the capital, the Elrond capital, I believe it's called. That's the city that was mentioned multiple times when you were speaking to the Black Legion fellows. That's one thing, and the other thing that they wanted to highlight a little bit more is the Olgrim and his connection to this world as a whole, and his like past deeds, what he was able to do, like putting more emphasis on the Olgrim character. If you want to ask my opinion, I think that this is good, because Olgrim is a mysterious figure. You only have, like, without spoiling too much, you only have, like, certain individuals are trying to foresee who is Olgrim actually, like, for real, and why he is not a normal human.
Can't do that yet.
And the capital itself, well, the capital as well as the Malmut city is suffered heavily when it comes to ethereal invasion. So seeing how the things have unraveled right there is actually going to be impressive. As long as they, well, as long as they use a bit more, like, a more scale approach, if you know what I mean, like, say, the grandiose structures, as well as, like, more battles with the Black Legion, rather than them just trying to show, like, 3 or 4 people from Black Legion and that's it. I mean, in my opinion, they should recreate something like a... Well, for the action RPG standard, that is something like a grand battle for the city. Preferably with the siege engines and whatnot when you try to retake the capital itself. But that's just my speculation, nothing else. I mean, the confirmed stuff that they are trying to concentrate on is the Ulgrim story as well as the capital. Okay.
That skill's not ready.
By the way, with those manticores, I mean, not the manticores generally, but in, one other fun fact is that when I had played through Elite difficulty, I believe, this is the... or Ultimate? Yeah, perhaps it was on Ultimate. From a regular chest, I was able to collect the best in slot ring for a physical/internal trauma build. Just because some items have a world drop effect on them, that means you have to... and some builds are highly dependent on them. This means you have to keep looking until you are going to get lucky and eventually find what you are looking for. The world drop means that this item can drop either from regular chest, regular monster, from a destructible environment, basically from anywhere on the map. Some builds are highly dependent, like I was saying with this world drop effect. Some don't. Conjurer, that character that I'm playing, he is not that reliant on all of those things. He has his own target farmable set, which you can obtain on ultimate difficulty. And the other builds also have the same option. For instance, Templar combination between Oathkeeper and Arcanist, as well as Death Knight. They all have the opportunity to go and look for the target farmable equipment. Okay, let's debuff them as well. Oh, actually, those clonic seals are dropping even from demons. Oh, that's weird. Initially, I thought that it was only possible to obtain them from cultists. So this is why I was strongly emphasizing for you to hunt down and dispatch from of those cultists rather than look for demons. There is a chance for you also to find a treasure trove in this area, which has a number of areas where it can appear. Okay, not here. Let's keep looking. I accidentally aggroed those guys from atop. I shouldn't have done this. You can have a luxury of just running around and collect several of those stuff while your totem setup is active, especially if you was able to create more than one corrupted storm totems and debuff your foes. But it's a luxury, it's not a guaranteed chance, especially if you are fighting against tougher enemies, so keep this in mind. Okay, I had leveled up. 2 more points. 34 over maximum when it comes to chaos resistance, but that's on the elite difficulty. You do have to take into account that by default on ultimate difficulty all of your resistances are going to be lowered by 50%. And if you also want to ask my opinion, you should aim for not only having your resistances closer to the soft cap level, like 80%, you should strive or aim for having most of your resistances closer to 110, 120% on ultimate difficulty. It will still not allow you to quote-unquote dance in all of the debuffs as well as all of the spells, like negative effects that are leaving their trail on the ground, but it will grant you at least a good solid number when it comes to your general defense, which you can work with and not get completely destroyed by barrage of monsters' abilities. Okay, first I'm usually going to go and kill this boss, and only after this I'm going to cleanse the desecrated shrine. Okay, as you can see, no problem. As long as my skeletons are active, I will use this to engage in a fight against those demons. Okay, let's go there. And like I was saying, open a waypoint. I mean, activate this gate rift. I'm calling this waypoint just because I got so used to play like Diablo 2 and Diablo 3, so for me everything that looks like a waypoint is going to be called waypoints. But if you want to get technical, yes, it's a gate rift. So I was supposed to go to the... First of all to the Homestead to complete the quest for clearing the lumber mill, and then to the Sorrow's Bastion.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, let's talk to you. And then... Oops. Let's go to the Sorrow's Bastion. The thing is that I am improving my defensive ability, but I'm still lacking a solid number when it to my offensive ability. That's mostly because of I haven't leveled until soft cap level the Blood of Dreek, as well as I do not have an optimal gear or equipment at this stage. Wait, what? Lumber mill and then... Oh, I shouldn't have come here. Sorry, guys. I thought that I had already completed the quest near Fort Icon. Yeah, those things might occur. Alright, so while clearing the Darkveil Gate, yet another area that's a beneficial for those who are looking for those seals of binding, I will use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all of those who are watching this stream, who are just tuned in, watched from the beginning, watched any of my other videos, or just want to watch some portion of Grim Dawn content. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz, and I am playing Grim Dawn on hardcore difficulty with Elite, Elite included, as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist, with Vitality damage in mind. My go-to purpose of this character is to obtain the Dark One set on ultimate difficulty. And if you want to look closer to how this character is going to be look like at level 100, what are the precise skill allocation, devotion point allocation, you can use the command in chat called !build. this will highlight to you this will grant you the Grimtal's link, which you can click on and see for yourself the end game result of this character. When it comes to where I am currently right now, I am currently at the Darkwell Gate on Elite difficulty. So I thinking of, like, after I will unlock the ability to go to ultimate difficulty by killing Lockhorian, final boss of the main campaign, I will use this option. I will not going to clear the DLCs on Elite difficulty. I see no point in doing this, other than just to unlock the Coven's Refuge and buy from them the better equipment, and that's it basically, because I do not think that when it comes to Barrowholm, I might reconsider this a bit later, but as of right now, I do not think that Barrowholm has something good for me to offer. I mean, we shall wait and see, at least until I get there. When it comes to other parts of this playthrough, you can check them out later at your own leisure, either on Twitch Video On Demand channel, on this channel, or on YouTube channel. All of the links you can find in the description. Additionally, I highly suggest for you to check edited videos that I had made about this game, talking about, like, 2 of them are catered towards the beginners. One of them are in one of them I am highlighting such subject as bosses' dangerous attacks and how you can avoid them, as well as what type of resistances you should have on certain stages of the game and what you can neglect for a certain number of time, for a certain period of time. The other video catered towards beginners are aimed towards discussing such subjects as clearing some optional areas in main campaign, in what order is best. It is best to do this, as well as few tips and tricks of how you can play as a quote-unquote squishy caster archetype, like Conjurer, for example, which you can most certainly apply if you are willing to try this character or any combination of character that is going to play the same as a Conjurer. Those are 2 videos, mostly for beginners. For more advanced players, I had made also a video discussing things that will await you at Elite and Ultimate difficulty. To be more specific, what changes in terms of behavior of bosses, as well as their attack speed, movement speed, their increase, and some phases of the fight is going to be changed completely to a degree. So this is the thing that I was discussing there. And the other thing is what endgame components you can craft and apply, and why are they better when compared to early game ones. Additionally, if I am using a mod called Grim Internals, which allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, components, rare items, but the sole purpose of me utilizing this mod is I need to see how much my character is receiving in terms of damage, so that I can play around my strong points and weak points more efficiently. And that's the gist of it. If you have any questions, you can post them in chat and I'll do my best to answer them. Alright, so I had come to the town for a second time, I believe. Let's see, will I be able to find a Void Harbinger item anywhere? Barricades, Vitality, Ether, Spell Weaving, Abyss. No. Not in the first inventory slot. Let's check the rest of them. White Harbinger are those combinations of words which are considered to be best in slot for those of you who are trying to deal vitality damage or chaos damage, because it has a good percent number on it, as well as it has a lot of resistances all at once. For instance, my helmet, as you can see, have Ether, Chaos, Elemental, and reduces the freeze duration, plus the vitality damage and vitality decay. No spell weaving, that's not interesting for me, at least for this character. Selling all of this. Let's check the rest. Nope. Next, please. The things that you want to look for, like in general, on items, no matter what character archetype is you are playing, you want to look for your type of damage that you are dealing. Let's say you're dealing physical damage or internal trauma damage, or both. You want to look for those two parameters. Additionally, you want to look for resistances, whether it be elemental, chaos, ether, and whatnot. So this makes an item to be like good. This makes a general distinction between those items that are good and those items that are bad or lackluster. For instance, an item might have like just damage, but no resistances. So you are not going to be picking those and wearing this item, because in this game resistances is super important no matter on what difficulty you are playing, and especially on higher ones. Like, good rule of thumb, look for damage that you're doing and resistances on top of it. Nothing here as well. Nope. Over time you will be... this might look to you a bit intimidating when it comes to distinction between like good items and bad, but when it comes to memorizing like certain words as well as figuring out on the fly what items are good and bad, you will get accustomed to it for sure. For example, I was saying about physical damage. I believe I was using like the best in slot physical damage for you for /internal trauma damage. It's actually all around threat. So whenever an item has written like all around threat on it, by no means this is a good item for you to equip and wear it. Okay, I got a blueprint for another relic. I still do not have any possible blueprints learned, despite the fact that I do have, I have played with one character up until the ultimate and complete the ultimate, the main campaign. Okay, let's put everything else here. Those seals. Yeah, so as you can see, I still do not have a lot of them. Preferably you wish to have closer to like 50 or 60. at least for one character. And that's already on the second difficulty, so some of them I was already using for first difficulty to craft this thing. Like, let me show it to you. Oh, I actually can show it to you directly on the helmet. So Sanctified Bone requires of you to use certain number of the seals of binding to craft this item. Several other requires from you to do this as well. Okay, that cleared everything. Yep, let's continue on my journey towards the main quest.
That skill's not.
I am just clearing the remaining cultists as well as demons from this area, just to have a higher chance or possibility to collect even more seals. Nothing here. Yeah. Okay, so it's time to go to the next floor. Okay, so first of all, hi and welcome to the stream. And second, to not miss the hit rate or hit chance, you do have to increase offensive ability, which is this parameter. As you can see, it has the higher number you have, the more chance you will be having to hit a target. To increase the offensive ability, you can either utilize... Yes, it plays a part, so pumping up the cunning automatically or by default increases your offensive ability. You can either spend some attribute points in cunning to increase the offensive ability. You can then use some skills that increase offensive ability. If your main class or secondary class, let's say for instance you are playing shaman with a soldier. Soldier, if I'm not mistaken, has a one ability that by default increases not only offensive ability but also attack speed. It's actually named the field command, if I'm not mistaken. Or you can utilize several devotions to increase the offensive ability. For instance, let me show it to you what I mean. Where it is actually. Yes, Chariot of the Dead. Chariot of the Dead is actually considered to be best devotion overall to increase your general offensive ability. As you can see, some knots like plus 15 offensive ability, cunning, more offensive ability. This is mostly resistance, but then offensive ability, more offensive ability, and the proc, yes, the proc is catered to having more defense whenever you are getting hit. But in general, you cannot go wrong if you are willing to dedicate some points and picking up the Chariot of the Dead constellation for increasing your offensive ability as a whole. Some other constellation can do the same. If you want to look closer to what are your options, you can just type offensive ability. And from there you can determine whether or not some constellations are useful to you or not, depending on your damage type. Let's say you are doing lightning damage, then you might want to take a closer look on, let's say, Spear of the Havens. As you can see, the offensive ability, more offensive ability, more offensive ability. So by default, increasing all of this stuff is going to automatically improve your chance to hit targets. Same thing goes with the Panther. You mean how do you unlock the constellations? Well, if you put your mouse cursor on it, as you can see, it has affinity requirements 7 reds and 20 blues. So from this, you might want to deduce the following: how do I get my missing 7 reds red points or 20 blues. As you can see, Sailor's Guide, they give 5 blues. Sailor's Guide Constellation gives 5 blues. Eel gives 5 blues. And this is already making 10 of them. So you just want to calculate what constellation is going to be useful for you, like to be able to unlock eventually the access to the Spear of the Heavens. So hopefully I had explained clear, but if anything is still unclear at this point to you, feel free to ask any question. I'll try to do my best to answer them. Yes, so if you like trying to, once again, just to unlock certain affinities, they might require for you to put 1 point into the crossroad initially, like initial ones, tier 1s, tier 2s, or tier 1s, for instance. So to get to Sailor's Guide, let's say you need 1 blue. You click on the crossroad once, like 1 blue, and you automatically will unlock the access to the Sailor's Guide or Eel constellation. Okay, so let's go to the second floor. And for you to get more devotion points, like it's just you have to be on the lookout for those altars throughout the map, like those ruined shrines, which you can restore and access, like gain more from it by collecting more and more devotion points over time. Okay. Yes, let's aggro the nearby room as well. I mean, at this stage I do have a good AoE potential, so it doesn't matter that much whether or not you are aggroing 1 pack of monsters or 2, as long as you have your damage and healing totems set up, or just in general, as long as you have your setup up and going, nothing terrible will happen. Okay. I will be also trying to clear this area as well, like fully, just because I want to collect as much tonic seals of binding as possible on this difficulty, rather than later on trying to do a farm runs, just because I was missing, because I wasn't able to collect enough materials beforehand. Okay, let's go further. I believe to the left there will be a destructible wall which you can break and access to the hidden spoil chest. Okay, passage to the right will lead me to the boss of this area eventually, but I do not wish to go there just yet. Or I might have to. I mean, there was only breakable boxes and that's it. Okay, let's cross this bridge. And there it is, crumbling wall, destroy it, and you'll gain your access to the hidden spoils. By the way, some enemies have higher, like, more movement speed than others, so casting on them Curse of Frailty might not necessarily reduce their movement speed that much. But the thing is that with those faster enemies, you are mostly interesting. Usually faster enemies are not, they do not have a higher HP numbers. So with those enemies, you are mostly interested in just reducing their defensive parameters as much as possible. So for you to get rid of them as much as possible, I mean, as fast as possible. And at the same time, avoid getting surrounded. Because like I was explaining before, in this game, monsters are designed in such a way like they are continuously surrounding you in a process. You cannot. There will be a time. There will be certain numbers of times when you cannot avoid this, so you might have to resort to either utilizing your mobility skills through glyphs, which can teleport you away from them, or resort to kiting more often than not. And also, yes, I completely understand what you are saying, that the game is a challenging process, but the thing is that whenever you are dying and learning, you are continuously improving over time, because most important thing for you to keep in mind is from what exactly have you died, whether it be you have misjudged your tankiness, or you have misjudged your damage or your healing, or whatever the case might be, or you simply ran headfirst into like a lot of debuffs. So this is, at least for me, makes a fun game not only to experience but to play and to talk with other viewers about this. So when I was leveling up, there were some instances when I was dying also. So the important thing for you to know is like from what you have. Yeah, so the thing is that when you are getting surrounded in this game, there isn't a lot of options for you to overcome like this situation. For instance, I might get surrounded, and the only way for me to survive is to rely mostly on my like healing spells and my healing or damaging spells, and that's it. But certain characters have their own options. Alright, so let's see how well I can defeat this boss. By the way, the first phase of this boss is not that challenging. You just have to be on the lookout for his like second phase more often than not, because in the second phase he has one nasty ability which deals not only damage over time but also reduces your defensive parameter. It's those, like as soon as he cast it, yes, those 3 pools. 1, 2, well, the third one he created near my skeletons. The tentacles, they do not deal a lot of damage, even to the squisher characters, but those pools, if you are standing on one place and he was able to create 3 of them, the damage from those pools will be multiplied by 3 times. So this is why it's that dangerous to just stand on one place whenever those monsters are creating either ether pools, vitality damage pools, or chaos pools. Okay, I was able to defeat him. Let's go to the next area and open a waypoint there.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, so you are playing with the Shaman Summon, you are playing with this skill, like Summon Briathorn. In general, like as far as I remember, like a good rule of thumb is if you are playing a character, try to focus on the thing that he is doing like most, whether it be like summoning your pets or, for instance, whether you are trying to deal damage by yourself. Because I do not think, I could be wrong, but I do not think that hybrids of this game, meaning that the characters who are dealing damage at the same time and at the same time are summoning ads, are going to be effective at the later stages of the game. I could be wrong about this, but in my opinion, it's better for you to focus mostly on either you are just a summoner who relies mostly on pets for dealing damage and for staying alive, or you are a damage dealer who relies mostly on what he is capable of doing by himself. But once again, it's my subjective opinion, and you are willing to experiment as much as you want. I mean, the worst thing that could happen is you might not be happy with how a hybrid is going to be performing at later stages of the game, but you might be satisfied with how well you are doing right now. So as you can see, those yetis as well as those boars, like I was saying before, yes, the tougher targets suffer the most from vitality damage users. And yes, I mean, if you are focusing on the ones, like, let's say you are focusing on lightning damage and you want to collect as much lightning damage as possible, at the same time being more tankier, my advice for you is to stick to this line, like Primal Strike, Torrent, as well as Storm Surge. Pick in the process Storm Totem. Do not touch Corrupted Storm Totem because it transforms lightning damage to vitality, and you do not want this because you are playing with lightning damage. And pick up the Stormcaller Pact. Additionally, you should definitely pick up the McDragon Pact, Heart of the Wild, and Oak Skin with the Brute Force, because those setup will make you very tankier, and at the same time you will be regenerating a lot of your HP as long as your McDragon Pact skill is going to be active. But do not think that like maxing all of those, like, it's not a good thing to do when trying to like max all of the skills on this panel, because some of them deals bleeding damage other than lightning damage or both. Some of them are doing like vitality damage, like for instance, yeah, this skill Entangling Vines or this skill. So yeah, try to focus on the skills that improve your two-handed lightning damage as well as tankiness. Like I was trying to tell you, is Primal Strike, Torrent, Storm Surge, Storm Totem, as well as Stormcaller Pact. When it comes to other skills, McDragon Pact, Heart of the Wild, as well as Oak Skin. And do not forget to grab the Brute Force ability, because Brute Force not only gives you direct lightning damage, it also gives you, I believe at soft cap, plus 500 and something health by itself. If you will complete like all of this setup that I have explained to you after going 16 out of 16 Strike, Torrent, Storm Surge, and then McDragon, Heart of the Wild, Oak Skin, Brute Force, and Stormcaller, only then you can switch to another class, and like for instance a soldier. And with the soldier you will then decide for yourself whether or not you need to have like more damage or more tankiness or more healing or whatever the case might be. But once again, good rule of thumb, trying to focus closely on the skills that you are trying to improve. Not all of them. Do not try to pick up all of them and try and go and upgrading them until the maximum level. That's a bad thing. Okay, so I will finally... No, actually I will clear those monsters as well. I believe I had missed several of the lore notes when I was playing through normal difficulty, if I'm not mistaken. And the thing that I still haven't figured out when it comes to how much experience you are getting when it comes from the lore notes on higher difficulties. From some of them, I am getting the same amount of experience like which I was getting from normal difficulty. From some of them, I were getting higher amounts. So my usual recommendation for you is to collect them as much as possible on normal difficulty and use them, because it's the easiest way for you to acquire extra experience points. But when it comes to higher difficulties, I do not think that they are that critical. Yes, you're right, like on normal difficulty it does give a good amount of experience, but when it comes to higher difficulties, there was some examples when I were continuously getting like lower amounts of points, even when I hadn't read the specific lore note. And only some exceptions when I was getting like 2,000 to 3,000 experience points just from reading one lore note, so I still haven't figured this out fully.
You're here with a...
Alright. So let's get back on this Astrakhan road. I mean, it's not a road yet, it's just Mountain Rift. Later on I will be unlocking a waypoint that leads to Astrakhan Road. I believe the thing that I will be doing when I will reach the level 84, if I'm not mistaken, on level 84 I will be able to buy a better ring as well as rings and amulets from friendly factions. And if when I will reach, excuse me, level 84, and I will still not be able to unlock the access to Covens of Ugdenbach or the Barrow Home, I will switch difficulty back to normal and teleport there just to buy a better equipment. Because when it comes to elite difficulty, I haven't been able to collect any better rings or amulets until this point. As you can see, like, this is level 58, excuse me, and this is level 54, and I'm currently at level 81. This is how much of a difference it is when it comes to my equipment, like jewelry, rings, amulets. Yes, they are all running directly into my setup, so this is why they are all dying quite rapidly. And like I was explaining countless numbers of times, the longer the fight goes, the more damage with this character you'll be doing. In a prolonged fight, I do not think that... Well, I still do not possess the necessary amount of experience to say like all of the combination of classes, but I think that most combination of classes will not be able to deal same amount of damage in a prolonged fight compared to Conjurer, just because he will be able to stack multiple damage sources over time. I will also complete the third part of the Hidden Pet quest line to collect the final stone that unlocks passage to Temple of the Tree, because I do need to have an extra skill point. Because starting from level 50, if you are not aware, you will be getting not 3 skill points per leveling up, but only 2 skill points. And I believe starting from level 90, if I'm not mistaken, you will be getting only 1 skill point per leveling up. Alright, a bunch of ethereals.
Can't do that yet.
Oh yes, this place that contains an elite here, I believe. Yep. Alright, he has been destroyed.
That skill's not ready.
One thing that I will most certainly highlight is the fact that the more and more points I was putting towards exclusive skill possession, the more benefit I was getting from it, and especially it is still noticeable right now. What do I mean by it? It adds a flat or direct damage absorption, which by default means that I am able to withstand heavier blows even from the dangerous monsters or elite or bosses. It's not necessarily bring me on the same level as, for instance, with the Death Knight or Warder, but it still compensates my weakness to a degree when it comes to physical damage or just damage in general. You can at any time turn off the veteran function. You just have to go back to the main menu and turn off the function called veteran and continue from there just on normal difficulty. You do not have to start over from the beginning.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
By the way, when it comes to Warden Creek second phase, the one advice I can give it to you is try to look for watch out for his stomp. When he stomps the ground, that's the most damaging attack that he is able to do. The wave, the force wave, which he was able to cast on you, yes, it stuns and it deals damage, but it's nowhere near close when it comes to how much damage you are receiving from his ability when he stomps the ground and the shock wave comes from him. Hi and welcome to the stream. We are currently at the stage when I got to the Astrakhan Road and I am going to complete the third part of the hidden quest pet line, I mean the third area, as well as I will kill the Mad Queen Rashalga in the process. I mean, just to show how well this character is going to be performing against her. But once again, my opinion is still going to be the same when it comes to should you kill this optional boss or not. I do not think that it's worth it to kill her. Only on ultimate difficulty. She's dropping the rare ring only on ultimate difficulty. So killing her right now or on normal difficulty is just mostly a test of your skill than anything else. But do be warned that for certain characters she's definitely a tough nut to crack because of her abilities. Okay, I had opened up a waypoint. Let's turn the camera a bit. Yes, you are most certainly right. When veteran mode is turned off, the overall health numbers of monsters is going to be reduced, as well as how much damage they are going to be dealing to you. Okay, let's continue. The thing is about the veteran mode, when you, like in general, yes, it says like it increases the loot that you are able to collect, as well as it increases the chances of elite that are spawning on your map when you're playing through the campaign. But there is a catch to it, meaning that the HP number as well as damage number is going to be higher. Whether it be like common monsters or elites or bosses. So for a complete beginner, it highly depends whether or not you should turn this mod on or leave it be. Because on higher, let me explain to you what will happen on higher difficulties. Like for instance, on elite and on the ultimate. On elite and ultimate difficulty, you will not be able to turn on the veteran mode. But the thing is that it will by default be applied to higher difficulties. So whenever you are going through normal difficulty, things might look a bit like easy and not that hard to deal with, but as soon as you will switch to elite difficulty, be warned that on elite and ultimate difficulty, the veteran mode or function will be automatically attached to the higher difficulties. And on higher difficulties, you cannot turn this off. Okay, so I do need to pick up the Stone of Trick and Soleil to unlock this passage.
Got something you need stashed?
That's one, that's two.
It's safe with me. Promise.
Yep, it's auto-enabled, but only on Elite and on Ultimate. On normal difficulty, feel free to play without veteran mode if you feel like the game is too hard for you at this stage. And if it feels like too easy, by no means just turn the veteran mode back on and off, just to figure out for yourself how well are you able to overcome certain challenges. Okay, that's one group of monsters. The second has a chance of appearing here.
I can't do that yet.
So in this place I will be fighting against the boss, which you'll need to defeat to unlock the passage to final
That skill's not ready.
place to complete Hidden Path questline. If you are able to effectively bait her attacks, you will be only getting hit by her AoE abilities. I am not an expert in it. I am trying to bait her attacks as much as possible, but there was some instances when I was getting hit. So as soon as you will defeat this boss, you will be gaining an attribute points and free attribute point. And to open up the passage to Mad Queen, you just have to click on the stone. Once again, the boss that I had just defeated right here, you need to defeat this boss to go to the Temple of the Tree. But this boss which I will going to show you right now, as soon as this rock will open up a passage, it's completely optional. And she is capable of only dropping something good on ultimate difficulty. It's just that one of my viewers had asked, yeah, the Rashalga. I believe it was you who asked, like, how well this character is going to perform against her, and I was explaining to you, like, that this character is not going to have a bad time against her, as well as the only worth thing for you to do here is on ultimate difficulty, since on ultimate difficulty she is capable of dropping a ring that is useful for certain builds, but not for mine anyway. Alright, enough talking, let's start the action. That's one shout. She shouts 3 times. When the aura is active, just run. Do not try to hit her. That's 3 times. Just run.
Can't do that yet.
As soon as the aura has gone, return and damage her a bit. Aura is not active yet. Alright, aura is active. I need to run. Aura has been removed, return and fight her. So that's your whole process of how well you are going to be dealing with her anyway. So Aura is active. Yes, she is healing, because I cannot control my skeletons that efficiently.
That skill's not ready.
It's more of a tedious boss fight than anything else, to be honest. I'm waiting for her to scream. Yeah, because it's my window to create more totems.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, once again Aura is active. I am healing her rather than damaging her. Aura is gone. Now it's time to create my totems, and I was getting hit. She does reduce your resistances, keep this in mind when trying to fight against her.
Can't do that.
I was lucky, I'm not gonna lie, my skeletons blocked a lot of her movement. So there it is, so nothing that terrible. You just have to run and kite, and keep in mind of her aura. The same thing will be at ultimate difficulty. That's, by the way, when it comes to like characters that rely on auto attacks, that's completely like other gameplay. I haven't tried it myself. I think that I will try in the nearby future some character that relies on auto attack that deal damage to enemies, just to compare like how well they are capable of killing this boss. But the process will be the same. As soon as her aura is going to be active, you cannot stay near her and deal damage, because you'll be practically one-shotted with her abilities.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's continue. So all casters have an easier time against Rashalga, no matter what difficulties you take this into account. Normal, elite, and ultimate. Just because you do not... You have more window of opportunity to dodge her attacks, to run away from her, as well as dealing damage in the process. Okay, let's clear those boars out of the way. Okay, nonetheless, I congratulate you with overcoming this challenge. Oh, and by the way, on the next difficulties, Warden would be, like Warden Creek would be slightly changed. What do I mean by it? It's not a grand spoiler or anything. He will have a higher movement speed, higher attack speed, and casting speed. So keep this in mind. Hey, and welcome to the stream. I will need to go to unlock the second waypoint in this area before... Actually, no, I still have some inventory space left. I've been great. How are you feeling today?
That skill's not ready.
Recently, I had just defeated the Mad Queen Rashalga, as well as the Bismael with this character on elite difficulty, so nothing too spectacular. I just wanted to show how well this character... And sorry for the sound. I will turn my mic a bit.
Can't do that.
When it comes to loot, there wasn't any good loot that was dropping from her. Like I was saying, you will not get anything until ultimate difficulty from her. And even on ultimate difficulty, she is only able to drop this ring with a 3% chance. So yeah, like, nothing too spectacular. One second. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, the thing is about this build that the longer you play, the more levels you will be having, the stronger you will feel. That's how the progression system works when it comes to this character. Like me personally, there wasn't any point where I feel like the progression had stopped when it comes to such aspects as dealing damage or healing. I am continuously improving, and it feels like, at least as of it feels like this character is going to improve up until the level 100. So I will still have to see how well he's going to perform on ultimate difficulty. But when it comes to elite, at least in main campaign, I do not see like any great challenges. At least for now. Okay, let's clear the upwards areas as well.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, I had managed to spot a boss of this area. Oh, you are already at level 70? Well, that's good. It means that you had completed some content on elite difficulty already. I mean, the thing that I will be doing right now, I mean, the plan on elite difficulty is to unlock the option to buy equipment from friendly faction and also unlock the opportunity to go for ultimate difficulty, buy the better equipment and go and complete the ultimate difficulty. I do not think that I will be clearing elite difficulty fully. I mean the DLC areas.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
Okay. I will not going to restore the shrine. Just because I said I will not be wasting any resources. No, I do not have a current state of this build. Because it's kind of hard to add this command to the chat. It requires only one word and I do not know how to... Like, perhaps current would be the better word to put it. Otherwise, I could not think of a one word that actually would be useful for those who want to check, like, current state of the build. Perhaps I will add it in the future, but right now I only have the endgame goal of this build. I still do not have a sigil of consumption, because I wanted to prioritize having more defense over offense. This is why after finishing up with the possession, I will go for Blood of Drake as well as Aspect of the Guardian. I do not feel or think that I need to go with and unlock Sigil and attach to it Hungering Void, just because I do not experience any lack of damage at this stage of the game. But later down the line, I will most certainly unlock the Sigil as soon as I will finish with those two abilities, Blood of Drake and Aspect of the Guardian.
That skill's not ready.
I am hearing Ethereals fighting on the northern areas. I mean, it's not set in stone. You are willing to experiment and choose whatever you like. It's just that from my experience going onto the ultimate difficulty, I need to prioritize defense over offense
That skill's not ready.
at any given character or any given state. Alright, I will stop this fight just to get all of this experience to my character. Alright, so I usually first go to 4th icon and unlock a waypoint there. And then go to the Tomb of Archon just to open up a semi-shortcut. Well, as soon as I will finish with the Tomb of Archon, I can click on the waypoint and teleport to the next hub area rather than go there on foot. Well, the question is kinda vague and it's hard for me to answer. What do you want to know in particular? Do you want me to tell, like, some things that occurred during game, or do you want me to tell some bits and pieces of main story? It's kinda hard for me to deduce. Oh, so... Well, if you don't mind for me to spoil certain bits and pieces, then I can most certainly tell to you what how did this Grim Dawn happen and why it happened. Okay, so devotion points, I have already 55 out of 55, and because of this I do not see any point to spend more resources and activating those altars. You cannot gain more than 55 from 55. And when it comes to the lore aspect of this game, I mean how the Grim Dawn exactly happened and why is it happened. Basically the gist of it is that Ethereals wanted to find a new home because their land, or their homeland, was destroyed by the other evil force which developers have purposefully not mentioned. And they had found this earth, the Cairn land, and they decided to invade this territory. I mean, it was a exodus, like ethereal exodus. And when they decided to invade this land, some of them decided to possess humans and start to create their own society with all of the things that they are used to have, like the zombies as well as monsters. Those are not, by ethereal standards, those are not counted as monsters. They are counted as servants to them. And as well as the terramorphing process that they were doing, like all of those crystals which you might have seen throughout the game, they are forming the soil of this land, the land of this land, in such a fashion that more ethereals, even the weaker ones, can come through the barrier from their homeland and invade more territories in here. Yep, the thing is that the story, like, I will tell you straight up front, the story about Ethereals will not going to be, isn't finished in this game, even in the DLCs. It's an open-end story. And they are most certainly going to continue developing it in the future installments. One thing that they have confirmed, actually from one of the posts that Zentai, the head creator of the Crate Entertainment, had confirmed, what are they trying to focus on the next installment. They are trying to create the capital city, which was mentioned multiple times during the story, as well as they are trying to create or shift focus to the Olgrim side of things, like his backstory, why is he so important, perhaps elaborating on some of his aspects. This has already been confirmed officially by the head developer. And also, I was getting this point, like 55 out of 55, like devotion points on the previous question, already on the elite difficulty. I wasn't able to get them on the normal difficulty. Alright, let's open up the waypoint there. I'll unclear those ethereals on the in the process. That's one wave, second wave. And final wave. Alright, so let me speak with the Creed.
Good. Precise.
And as soon as possible, I'll go back to the Tomb of Archon to complete the optional quest. Do I have enough inventory? Well, some of it. Some of the space I still have, so let's not waste any time and go to the Tomb of Archon. Oh, so you are talking about Hungering Void, so let me show it to you one important thing. If you look close enough, I do not have any possible option right now to attach my Hungering Void. Because Bloody Pox has already been used, Curse of Frailty has already been used, as well as Devouring Swarm. The only option for me is to go for the Sigil of Consumption, because I do not take into account the Doombolt, Dreek's Evil Eye, Savagery, or Primal Strike. I can... yes, but on the Swarm I have the Whale of Ratosh, so... yeah, that's the thing. Sorry.
That skill's not ready.
I'll explain to you a bit more in detail as soon as this annoying sound will be gone, sorry. Those are my neighbors, once again annoys me.
That skill's not ready.
You probably hadn't bought the better faction gear, because some of the better faction gear actually gives a lot of health. As you can see from armor, I'm getting 519 health. From chest guard, I'm getting 400 health, as well as, I believe, from some other pieces of equipment. So what faction? I believe this wild Kiras as well as wild Pondrons Wendigo can be bought from the Barrowholm faction, which is, oops, that's not here, right here. You should either look for Barrowholm equipment, once again what I want to show you right here, or from Coven's Refuge. Those two places are actually your go-to, excluding the Forgotten Gods DLC, if you are looking for a better equipment, better armor, better chest guard, shoulders and whatnot. Once again, some of those equipments are having on them a lot of health by default. Actually, now I want to take a closer look when it comes to like Whale of Ratosh. So yes, you probably, well, Devouring Swarm. If I bind this to Wendigo Totem, can I bind the... Okay, so you were completely right. I can reposition those, relocate those skills to activate like the Hungering Void effect as well. It's not optimal. I still think that the Sigil would be better. It's just that for now I do not have the Sigil unlocked, so this is why I am forced to operate with all of the options that I have at the current state. Let's see how the Hungering Void is going to take effect. I mean, it's going to be level 1. I do not see that it's... I do not think that it's going to be that much of a difference at level 1. That because Whale of Ratosh has already... what? How much levels? 8 from 15. But hey, at least I will start to level up this constellation. It procs on it. It has a chance. Yeah, chance on attack. Okay. So as soon as monsters are taking damage, I am... Okay, so I have... This is a Hungering Void proc. Yep. Alright, I do see the difference when it comes to damage that I'm doing. Like I was saying, the Hungering Void grants you a lot of vitality damage as well as critical damage, but it has a side effect, meaning that you have to find something to heal, someone to heal from, or something to heal with, as long as this effect is active. No, you are actually right, and I am thankful and express my gratitude towards you, because you had explained to me that I can start leveling already my constellation, all of them, when it comes to Hungering Void, and not to waste any more time just for it to hang there without any leveling. Yes, you need to be leveling the reputation with them before you will be able to unlock their equipment. Okay, Mark of the Illusions. Oh, the Hungering Void effect actually lasts very long.
Can't do that.
Yes, like you can do the faction quests as well if you have access to the bounty table. Oh, the Living Shadow, you are talking about this devotion. I believe it's a unknown soldier. Well, if you don't, then you can check like how you can improve your faction. If you look closely, like let's check Coven of Ugdenbach. Killing beasts, quests, and bounties. So, killing beasts, there are a lot of beasts at the Ugdenbach territory, as well as in the... How does this place called again? The roguelike dungeon, called the Ancient Grove. So, killing a lot of beasts, regular or elites, and the Ancient Grove, this will unlock... No, not any faction bounty. I mean, the... bounty that are located at the Coven of Ugdenbach, not any faction bounty. So each of the faction have their own bounty table. Do not get confused and think that if you are going to complete a quest from one faction table, you're going to improve reputation with all of them. You need to be able to unlock the certain faction table. And yes, by the way, the Living Shadow, I was trying to figure out, is this the proc from Unknown Soldier. I was right about this. Okay, let's continue. I will be visiting also the optional area in this place, just because I want to get as much experience possible by killing the boss, the ghoul boss. To access this optional area on the second floor, you need to click on the torch, which will grant you a passage there. Oh, this is a dead end. I shouldn't have went here. Important for you to remember is a lot of those Caimons chosen will not only deal physical damage to your character, but also elemental damage. As well as they are trying to stun you more often than not, so if you have low resistances to those parameters, be sure to upgrade them before going into this place. No, not necessarily level 100, excuse me. You will be able to have 55 devotion points if you complete, like, let's say, taking into account normal difficulty. You go through the normal difficulty, you complete main campaign, you complete Ashes of Malmut DLC and Forgotten Gods, and you will restore the devotion altars right there. And when it comes to elite difficulty, you will just need to complete the initial portion of your game, like up until, I believe, halfway through the Warden Creek, or either there or somewhere close to Old Arkovia. You will be having already 55 devotion points from 55. So you will not going to be worried about them when you will hit level 100. So closer to level 70-ish, like 72, 75, when it comes to leveling, you'll be having... you should have like all the devotion points. That's assuming you completed the DLCs as well. Yes, but the thing is that on elite difficulty, I am talking about those initial devotion shrine appearances. They are not that different from normal difficulty, at least taking into account the beginning stages of the game, the areas in which they are located. Some of them have been added for you to get an extra devotion points, but that's mostly for those that have either not completed the DLCs or do not or haven't purchased DLCs to begin with. Okay, so this is the entrance to optional area, which I was mentioning. Click on a torch, and you'll go through the wall, destroy this environment, and click on the crypt entrance. By the way, let me double check something. Does Hungering Void adds another layer of extra healing? Nah, it does not. Because at this stage I thought that it would be absurd to add yet another option for you to heal with, since you already have so many sources of healing and damage at the same time. Okay. And since there's a boss, I'm going to preemptively create my two totems here, just for me to lure him over. Yeah, that was a bad display, because I needed to recreate the Wendigo totem beforehand. Alright, let's open up the sarcophagus. Alright, so I'm mostly cleared all of this area. Yep, you can also clear not only the Ugdenbog swamp itself, you can craft a skeleton key and go towards the ancient grove. So in Ancient Grove you'll have a higher chance to fight and kill elites. Thusly, you will be able to unlock the respected level of reputation with Coven of Ugdenbog, excuse me, Coven's Refuge faster. You can check the faction bar, like as you can see this menu here, faction window. By default it's attached to the J button. As soon as you click on it, it will display to you every possible faction, whether it be enemy faction or friendly faction, and you can check how high or how much you have gained the faction points with all of them, without even going back to town. Alright. So let's go through this gate and kill the Kaiman's chosen faction champion.
Skills not ready. Can't carry it.
No, my inventory is full. Okay,
My inventory is full.
fine. Then I'll go back to town and sell some stuff. This is my third visit to town, and I still haven't collected the Void Harbinger item on this stream. On previous stream, if you remember, I had went to town like five or six times, and only on the last time I had managed to collect one armor shoulders that has a Void Harbinger on them.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Yeah, they are super rare, to be honest. They are considered to be the best for vitality or chaos damage users, but they are extremely rare to find. If I were to compare like them to items that are going to be very useful for those who are dealing physical / internal trauma damage, same thing goes for those who for the word combinations of Oleron's Rat. So Oleron's Rat and the Void Harbinger's item, those are the combinations of words that are extremely rare for you to find, and that is applicable for those who are looking for physical / internal trauma damage or vitality damage. I am just checking at the stage if those items have those words. If not, I am just selling them. Oh, you mean this filter? So I had by default toggled off the magic as well as common items, and it shows me just rare items, monster infrequents, which is another rare items, just items that are dropped from specific monsters, epics, blue ones, and legendaries, well, and sets. So the only two toggled off options are common and yellows.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Okay, let's sell the other items. And I believe only final inventory slot left to look through. Nope, no luck this time.
Put it to good use.
Okay, let's put everything extra into the stash and continue clearing the main quests and secondary ones. I will put those stones also, since right now I do not plan to go to the Temple of the Tree just yet. Okay, let's get back and collect the quest item that I need to complete it. I mean, I am going to go for the beginning quests in Fort Icon, and only after this I'm going to the Temple of the Tree. Before going into the necropolis itself. I'm still going to do this. Just after I will be finished with the... Actually, you know what? The Order of the Death's Vigil will give you their faction quest anyway to go to the East Marsh and collect the lore nodes that might lead to why Uraborg has been missing. So yeah, probably I'll do this. Wait a second. Yeah, to the left. Okay, and while just moving back and forward between those quest givers, I'll use this opportunity to say hi and welcome to all of those who are watching this stream, had tuned in recently, had watched my stream from the beginning. Nonetheless, welcome. My name is Alexander, also known as Andreyevitz. I'm playing Grim Dawn as a Conjurer, combination between Shaman and Occultist on hardcore difficulty, with Elite included. Main type of damage being Vitality damage, and my endgame goal is to obtain the Dark One set on Ultimate difficulty. And also, when it comes to like other parts of my playthrough, you can check them out later at your own leisure, either on Twitch video on demand or on the YouTube channel. All the links you can find in the description. Additionally, I would highly suggest, if you are a beginner, to watch 2 edited style videos that I had made. One of them was aimed at discussing bosses' dangerous attacks and how you can avoid them. The other one has... additionally, it also discusses the resistances that you need on certain stages of the game, as well as what resistances you can neglect for a certain portion of time. Plus, the other video discusses the optional areas, well, some optional areas which you can visit throughout your main campaign playthrough, as well as in what order you should approach them. Plus, some tips and tricks for you to play as a squishy caster, discussing mostly from a perspective of a Conjurer user. The third option for you to... 1 second. Okay, so the third option for you, if you are more experienced and want to check how things will unravel on Elite and Ultimate difficulty, I would also highly suggest you to see the Grim Dawn Elite and Ultimate tips and tricks discussing bosses and their behavior changes on higher difficulties, as well as what endgame components you need to be having on your character and why are they better than early game ones. Feel free to ask any question in chat if something is unclear or you just want to figure out the certain mechanic. I'll do my best to answer them. Okay, let's collect the 10 scraps that I was missing to repair this breach. As well as those 3 stones just to unlock the passage to the Temple of the Tree.
Got something you need stashed.
Okay, that's 1, that's 2nd, and 3rd one. And also, I will be analyzing from time to time certain skills, as well as why are they beneficial in certain combat situation over the others. For instance, I would like to talk more about Hungering Void and like this constellation proc from Dying God, which I am currently using and leveling actively right now. And why I think that, yes, the skill is important to have, but only after you will have an additional setup to heal from. For instance, the Bloody Pox effect, as well as Devouring Swarm, your totems, especially Wendigo Totem. Why you cannot just unlock this skill before going, before unlocking anything else? Because this skill has this constellation proc has a drawback, meaning that you will actively lose certain number of your health as long as the Hungering Void effect is going to be active, and you need to recompensate it somehow, whether it be you attacking enemies or utilizing the Blood of Drake, an ability that actively regenerates your HP, as well as passively. Actively, I mean you can click on it. If certain number of your HP is missing, and passively it has an effect, as you can see, every second, 70 health at this current level. So without your other healing options, as well as your like defensive skills like Blood of Drake or damaging and healing at the same time, you cannot go and unlock the Hungering Void preemptively, because you will be suffering, you'll be having more drawback than benefits. Okay, certain trolls. Also, since I haven't even been in this area, I might as well go and kill the boss of this area. The troll boss, that is. To the... located at the bottom of this map. Sorry.
That skill's not that skill's not ready.
By the way, when it comes to this troll boss, as well as every other troll in the game, they have a similar manner of behavior. You should be careful when they are trying to attack you with the two-hander swing with their club. Other than that, their regular attack doesn't deal that much damage, so the only surprise from them can become in the form of their debuff abilities or their extra damage, like this guy who continuously throws poison at you, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, he is debuffing your movement speed in the process. But once again, the most damaging attack is definitely comes in the form of physical damage from two-handed swing with the club. Alright, so now I had defeated him. I can also go and defeat the other boss in this area, just to collect a quest item that will be useful for Outcast in 4th icon. Alright. And also, like I was used to say in the previous, like I was saying on the previous stream, I would have preferred that Nemesis Beast would appear in the main campaign rather than him only appearing in the DLC areas, in the Ashes of Melmoth. Because there is a lot of places where you can fight against him, so I do not know why they decided to attach him only to DLC. Because I had already unlocked, like as you can see with the Beast, I had already unlocked the Nemesis spawn. And I think that there should be an opportunity for you to, I mean, for developers to invent an option for you to fight against him in the main campaign. I got trapped with the ranged attack. Some of those monsters have this ability when they throw net at you. You will be stuck to one place. Oh, you mean this area when I am here right now, or the Ugdenbog territory, the DLC? Okay, I have collected the necessary quest item for Order of the Dead's Vigil, that's good.
Can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
Yep, like I was trying to emphasize before, the random killing is an option, but the better way for you is to go straight for the Ancient Grove territory and kill a lot of elites as well as bosses there. Because this way you'll be acquiring more Wait, where's the entrance? Alright, right here. This way you'll be acquiring more faction points in a quick succession rather than just killing regular monsters closer to Ilganbach. Okay, open up.
Skill's not ready.
Okay, I was getting hit kinda hard there just because I ate all barrage.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Okay, so I will going to level up as well in this area, and I am sorry in advance for if you hear this noise from time to time. I am forced to turn my mic quite often just because of the repairs from neighbors.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet. That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Right, so getting closer to the boss, I would like to highlight that his most dangerous, like not the attacks, the aspects from which you should be very careful, which you should be on the lookout for all the time, is actually his high physical damage. As well as when he creates those crystals, you need to kite him away from them as fast as possible, because otherwise he'll be forced to deal with the fact that he will regenerate a lot of his HP back from them. Additionally, one important skill that I would highlight is that when he is attacking with those spikes, he will not only does to you a physical damage, as well as pierce, he will apply to you a resistance reduction towards your defensive ability. So all of these things said, you should not underestimate how hard this guy is capable of hitting you. And generally, I do not recommend you to go into melee range against him unless you have your full totem setup up and going. Even still, when you have your setup prepared, he might counteract it by creating those yellow stones, which I was mentioned previously, that gives him an ability to regenerate his HP back. Yep, that's the thing, that's exactly what I am trying to emphasize. Okay. I know that those monsters will appear from here. Actually, no, they are not. On normal difficulty, as soon as you'll collect the lore node, they are appearing. I wasn't definitely expected to face against 3 winged demon elites back then, but still, because of my kiting skills and this character overall like damage output, I was able to overcome them, especially because some of my skeletons block their movement speed and were not allowed those monsters to get closer to me. As you can see, somebody asked from what level exactly. I believe mythical version of items are dropping. Closer to level 80, well, after level 80 they are going to drop mythical rimstone leg guards. By the way, new illusion has added is the sentence, which you will see if you haven't collected this item up until this point. As soon as you'll collect them, if this sentence will appear, that means that you can use the cosmetic effect and custom your character however you want with the help of those new items. And also using the NPC Illusionist in Devil's Crossing, I believe, and in other hub areas. At this point, I'm just clearing the area fully, just to gain an extra experience points, and just to have a chance face against Elite.
Can't do that yet.
What a lonely spider. Alright, I'm getting closer to the boss. Let's not joke around and trying to concentrate against him.
Can't do that yet.
Well, it certainly wasn't a best display of my skills, because when he summoned this green stone, I was just standing there instead of running away. He started to heal a bit from the stone, but my damage was more than enough to counteract his healing abilities.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's open up the rest of the stashes. And get ourselves an extra skill point. And I do recommend you to do the Hidden Path questline on all 3 difficulties, because otherwise you'll be missing on 3 skill points, count for 1 skill point for each difficulty, and 3 attribute points. Alright, so now that I have completed everything here, I can teleport to the 4th icon, I believe. No, I need to teleport to the Sorrow's Bastion first to complete the Order of the Death's Vigil questline.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, let's go towards the 4th icon. Because with the order, we're completely done. And I do need to pick up an extra quest to reclaiming the supplies. Yes, the Black Legion quest I would think I'll also do on this difficulty, just for the purpose of getting as much experience points as possible. Because I had completed all of the factions, I had reached Revere status with them, except for Barrowholm.
That skill's not
Do not forget that in this zone you can grab 2 chests that are hidden spoils. One of them is right here. The other one is going to be right behind the destructible wall. That was an epic charge right from downstairs. I saw him charging, this is why I preemptively created those two totems. Because I was expected that I am going to get hit, and I did. I wonder how much infamy I had managed to gain with Ethereal Faction. Oh, still some way to go. No, this game is actually... Well, first of all, welcome to the stream, and this game actually is quite good in my opinion, especially if you are liking the whole leveling aspect through campaign as well as multiple choices. This game has a unique trait, which has a multiple choices in your quest line, meaning that you will not see like every possible option from your first playthrough, and this adds by default a lot of replay value. For your secondary characters, for your perhaps other approach. Same thing goes by the way with factions. Certain quest line you cannot access if you choose to go with the if you choose to go with certain factions. They will be locked by default. And yes, as you can see, my recommendation for you to go to Ancient Grove has been paid out, because you gained like 8,000 from only one run through it. Let's continue. It does not require a lot from you when it comes to material. Blood of Chthon, I believe, is necessary in order for you to create one skeleton key, and you will be gaining a lot of it in the process of killing like demons, cultists, elites, mostly from demonic variety. So no, it does not require from you to drain a lot of your precious materials. And usually there is a place, it's like, for you, there will be a win-win situation if you use one more roguelike dungeon, well, same area that requires a skeleton key. Yeah, bleeding is not a thing when it comes to this build. You will only be dealing vitality damage and vitality decay most of the time. Yep, exactly. So there is, I was about to say, like, for you there is a win-win situation, and for everyone else who is also noticed. If you are running low on the Blood of Chthon material, which is required for you to craft a key, a skeleton key, you can go and complete the Bastion of Chaos roguelike dungeon. Because Bastion of Chaos, you'll be facing against demons. You'll be facing against only demons there. And they are capable of dropping high quantities, high amount of those Blood of Chthon. So it's a win-win from whatever perspective you're going to look at it. That's only if you are running low on the Blood of Chthon. If you have more than enough for it, then utilize it for whatever the reason you might think you need this. Yes, the Bastion of Chaos. No, inventory is full. Okay, okay. I need to teleport back to town and sell some stuff.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Let's see if I'm getting lucky and if I will collect or find the Void Harbinger on certain items. This is 4th visit, remind you, 4th visit to town. And previous 3 visits hadn't paid off, meaning that Void Harbinger, considered to be a best in slot item or combination of words for all of the vitality damage or chaos damage users, because it has a ton of damage on top of it, and on top of it a ton of resistances.
See you around.
But you are going to find this, to encounter those combinations of words is a rare occurrence, so be sure to save and not sell those items. Same thing goes for those of you who want to play with physical damage in mind and you are leveling, or internal trauma, and you are finding all around red items. Yes, it's actually the occultist supports a lot of characters. I mean, if you look close enough to let me demonstrate to you what I consider to be like as a good support, because of this skill, Curse of Frailty, which reduce the not only bleeding resistance but physical resistance, as well as poison and acid and elemental resistance. You can play as an elemental caster or an elemental like, let's say, melee guy, or a physical damage dealer, all because of those abilities, which acts as a resistance reduction or a poison and acid. So Witchblade is actually one of the options for you to choose, whether you are willing to play as a physical damage dealer or whether you are willing to play as a internal trauma damage or pierce damage. You cannot go wrong and picking cultist as your support class.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
Alright, let me sell other items. Two inventory slots, still nothing useful when it comes to the Void Harbinger effects. Actually, like, in general, since we do have some new people here, if you have played some action RPGs, to distinguish whether or not in this game as well item is good or bad is quite simple. So you just need to look for the specific damage type that you're dealing, whether it be physical, vitality, elemental, poison and acid, pierce, and then you need to have some resistances on it, because resistances in this game is very important and you should not underestimate them in any circumstances, whether you're playing on hardcore, softcore, or normal, elite and ultimate difficulty. Because you might have an item that gives only resistances or only damage, and it's not a very good item by default. Yes, some of my gear pieces gives life. The heavy chest armor from Wendigo Wild Cuirass, as well as the shoulders from the like armor shoulders. They have plus 400 health. And I was saying to you, like, you might check either those two factions, like either Coven's Refuge right here or Barrowholm, which is right here. So I do not remember right, like, from the top of my head, which one does give you the health benefit.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Because it's not written on those items by default. It's just that for vitality damage users, especially those who had bought DLCs, it's recommended for them to check those two friendly factions, Coven's Refuge or the Barrowholm. It doesn't make any difference between normal and elite, because you might looking at the wrong menu. You might have chosen the last menu, which requires from you to be at a higher level before you can wear those items. Because on all of the difficulties, you can buy the early game, quote-unquote, gear, the mid-game, and the end-game gear. It doesn't matter on what difficulty you are playing. Okay, I'll sell those as well.
Put it to good use.
Yes, it does.
Got something you need stashed?
Okay, this is a quest item, it's another quest item.
I'll keep an eye.
Alright, let's go back on track and finish the quest inside the armory. That's, first of all, welcome to the stream, Warrel, and if you started for the first time and you accidentally put this game on elite difficulty, that was a mistake, because elite difficulty is a second difficulty out of 3 possible ones. So for you, things will definitely be impossible to complete or very hard to complete. You might want to go first with the normal difficulty and then go on elite and on the ultimate difficulty. So this is a natural progression when it comes to this game. It's just that at level 1, it is practically impossible to complete the content on elite difficulty, starting from the beginning. You do need to be at least at level 50-ish, if I'm not mistaken, if excluding the DLC content. So, for my advice for you is to go back and check the difficulty settings in the main menu. So in order to unlock the Barrow Home NPC, you first need to, if you haven't completed with their quest, I mean the initial ones, you need to complete quest with them.
Can't do that.
Because otherwise they will not able to sell you their faction gear. Yes, it's like I believe two or three quests before you will be able to unlock their general vendors and their initial vendors. Yes, you can start on normal veteran, but do be warned that veteran by default makes monsters a bit tougher to deal with, as well as veteran mode increases their not only health as well as their as well as their damage. Yes, it has a 10% chance for you to encounter more elites, but the good rule of thumb is, if you are just starting out, play just on normal difficulty.
That skill's not ready.
You are a fool to have followed me down here.
That skill's not ready.
Hollow victory.
I can't do that yet.
Alright, now that I have defeated him, let's go back and complete the quest. Oh, and also let's blow up this passage. And let's speak with the Inquisitor Creed. By the way, if you are just starting out this game, you might want to look at a command that I have specifically invented for beginners. If you are thinking about what class to pick, with what you can play, you can scroll down and see for yourself what commands I have. The command that is interesting for you is beginning, !beginning. If you type it, the chatbot will say to you what characters and combinations of classes are considered to be good for those who are just starting out their playthrough of this game.
Good work down there. We cannot.
Alright. Wait, what? I missed... Oh... I missed the resources back in the armory. Okay. Probably this thing happened because I had my inventory full. Yeah, I screw up a little. This forced me to go back and do a little bit of backtracking to collect the optional quest item. So if I'm not mistaken, it's supposed to be here. Good movement and no auto attack skill. Yes, there is a class, but it's more catered towards advanced players or the ones who are willing to put their skills to test, like for instance a Templar combination between the Oathkeeper and, if I'm not mistaken, Arcanist. Yep. So he has an extremely good not only area of effect damage but also movement speed. If I'm not mistaken, he is considered to be a best when it comes to movement speed in general. If you like the movement aspect, then you cannot go wrong with him. But do be warned that it's not a class that completely dedicated towards beginners. Oh, probably, yes, I have picked this stuff up. Probably I have put the quest item in the transfer stash, so this is why the game does not show to me any stars on my minimap, which will otherwise highlight the position of quest items. So yes, once again, if you are looking for a character with excellent area of effect damage and movement speed at the same time, do not confuse those two parameters together, then Templar for you is definitely a best choice. No. Demolitionist and Nightblade is a Saboteur class, and it is the weakest combination that you can have in this game in the current state. I do not recommend you to go with those combination of classes. Oathkeeper and Arcanist, yes, that's the whole other picture, but Demolitionist and Nightblade, do not try to play with this. Unless you are willing to get disappointed in the process, because those two characters not go hand in hand with each other that well. Yes, Templar, Arcanist plus Oathkeeper, you are correct. Yes, I'm sorry, but my chatbot command does not accept any links. Okay, so this is a quest item, and let's talk with you, finally. So let's sell the extra stuff. Yeah, once again, sorry, but it's just how my chatbot has been set up. And also, thank you for the following. So, where was I? Yeah, I need to put everything into the stash, which I have collected previously, like materials and whatnot.
Have you secured the rift gate?
You do not put any points into the Black Death. You might want to ask why. The thing is that initially Black Death might seem like a good ability to put some points into. But the thing is that the percentage numbers that it gives is lackluster compared to the percent that you will get, the damage boost that you will get from leveling Possession ability, or from just picking your vitality damage through the constellation points. So I would not recommend you to put any points into Black Death, to be honest. It has an interesting skill for you to play with, like for example, chance of confused target, which forces monsters to just roam around the battlefield and do not attack you, but you will not be gaining a good damage boost to your character if you decide to go with this. Alright. And also thank you, Whirl, for the following. I appreciate your interest in me playing Grim Dawn. So I just wanted to check. Yeah, let's put the rest points into Physique. So yeah, yes, the thing that I wanted to check before I will finish with today's stream is that, not the check, but to clarify. The Occultist is, in general, a good character, I mean a good class to pick, whether you want to him as a main class or as a supportive class, since his skills actually supports a lot of damage. For instance, physical damage, bleeding damage, acid damage, vitality, and elemental damage. If you are playing with some of those mentioned before damage types, then picking up Occultist and grabbing with him the Curse of Frailty as well as Vulnerability, plus Blood of Drake, is not going to harm you in any way, because Blood of Drake not only gives you a bunch of offensive ability, which by default increases all of your damage output, whether it be critical attack, regular attack, spell, on like AoE or a single target, increasing offensive ability by default increases all of your damage. As well as it gives you on a separate button an active heal, which you can click on at any time when it's not on cooldown, and passive heal. But most importantly, it gives you bonus towards, once again, acid, vitality, poison, and vitality decay, bonus towards physical resistance, as well as some retaliation, retaliation damage if you are playing with this. So yeah, picking Occultist as your support is going to have, in my opinion, subjective but still, is going to have a good result as a whole. So on that note, I am finishing with today's stream, but nonetheless, I would like to thank anyone who was watching it, whether you had tuned in recently, watched from the beginning, and I would like to thank anyone who had participated in chat, asked questions. I will always do my best to answer them, to give you as much details as possible, to elaborate, and also I will elaborate on some of the things that you might feel are missing or unclear, so on and so forth, like weaknesses of a certain character, their strengths, because I think I'm not one of those guys who think like you can level with anything up until level 100 and you will not have any problem with this. I will actually elaborate, I will stop, and I will comment more on some of the aspects that especially a beginner might find beneficial to learn, like defensive parameters, weaknesses of certain characters, strengths, as well as healing potential, damage potential. And while I am explaining this point, I would highly advise you to check 2 of my edited videos that I had made catered towards beginners. For instance, what type of resistances you need to have on certain stages of the game, what you can neglect for a certain period of time, what type of dangerous attacks bosses have, how you can avoid them. That's one video. The other video, I am discussing there some optional areas, in which order it is best to approach them throughout your campaign playthrough when you are playing through the main game story, as well as how you can improve your gameplay when you are playing as a caster, for instance, squishy caster. There I had highlighted such aspects as kiting, moving through the battlefield, luring your monsters, playing with your setup as well. So you can check this out later at your own leisure with the YouTube link, with my YouTube channel. The link to it you can find in the description, as well as feel free to follow on the social links there. This way you can be up to date with everything that I am planning to do concerning Grim Dawn content, like future edited videos, as well as some tips and tricks that I might highlight, like some other new characters that I will play, and I will explain and show to you directly what are their strengths and weaknesses, all of this stuff. Additionally, if you want to know the precise schedule of my Grim Dawn stream or my Brother's Darkest Dungeon stream, you can check the schedule graph here on Twitch page channel, or on the social media links, or on our YouTube channel in the discussion graph. We stream on separate days, but we are using the same Twitch page channel, so to avoid any confusion. Plus, if you wish to support us directly and you like this sort of content, consider clicking on the Patreon page link. There you will be awarded with different perks and bonuses depending on the amount that you are willing to pledge. Once again, thank you everyone who was watching it for participation. I wish you all the best, and I will see you all on the next stream. Take care, guys.